Thanks for your company, thanks for joining us. Martin McDonald and John Mould with you to take you through what has been a great race so far. It's a flat stage, it should be another day for the fast men. 156.5 kilometres today, 7.1 kilometres of neutralised section for the rollout. We have two King of the Mountains along the routes, two Cat 4s, but our King of the Mountains already sewn up on stage 5 with Simon Pello of Tour de Cycling. We have three intermediate sprints, one coming with 124.3 to go at Kapar, one at 107.1 at Sungai Belul. Then we'll have a little bit of a gap before we get to our final sprint at 37.1 kilometres from the finish at Payo Jaras. 3, 2 and 1 bonus seconds on offer there. We have sprint points to fight it out for as well. But it is Simon Kerr of EF Education Easy Post that takes the 49-second advantage that he gained on the Genting Highlands over teammate Alexander Cepeda into today's final stage. 58 seconds to Pablo Castillo of Equipo Klang Valley. John Bow Company is at 107 in 4th spot. Vadim Pronsky in 5th at 115. Paul Double in 6th at 129. Anthony Van Engelen 7th at 134. Jon Aguirre of Euskaltel is 139 down in 8th. Joachim Mergilde at 140 in 9th. And Harold Lopez is in 10th spot at 203. In terms of the points, it's this man here in the orange jersey, Arvid de Klein. He has 63 points ahead of Enrico Zanoncello's 48. Gleb Sarista, third with 43 points. And in our King of the Mountains, that polka dot jersey, as you said, it's been sewn up for a while now, since his great ride on the Genting Highlands stage. And Simon Pello of Tour de Cycling will round out the winner of that classification. Just got to get safely through today's stage. In the white jersey, it's Vadim Pronsky of Astana, Kazakhstan. And he has a 2:07, 2 minutes and 7 second advantage over Jambalan Sayen with Fonsavat in third at 4:49. EF Education is Tom Scully on your right there. So EF Education Easy Post leading in the team standings ahead of Euskaltel Euskadi by quite a commanding lead, 2 minutes and 18 seconds. Equipo Kern Farmer third at 3 minutes and 43 seconds. Weather forecast. It's a beautiful sunny day here in Malaysia. As you can see, it's 29 to 31 degrees Celsius. That's 84 to 88 degrees Fahrenheit, and the forecast is for a sunny day for the riders and to finish off this year's race. Just a 4 to 5 kilometre an hour westerly wind, switching to southerly as the day goes on, but gusts of 15 to 21, so nothing really too much to be concerned with. We will be heading along the coast, and if we had some monster crosswinds, we could have expected some crosswind action, but it should be fairly mild for the riders. If you weren't with us yesterday, it was Sasha Vimas of Human Powered Health that took the stage victory ahead of Arvid de Klein here. Gleb Sarista third, Matt Bostock fourth, Attila Viviani was fifth, Raymond Creeder sixth, Youssef Regigi getting up there in seventh, Enrico Zanoncello was eighth, Michael Ziad ninth, and Maris Bogdanovic was 10th. It should be another day for the sprinters today, John, with the expectation. It's been your first time here, Tour de Langkawi, as we look forward to the rollout. Thoughts on the race?
It's been a very entertaining one, good one for the sprinters. And of course, that racing from the gun every day has been flat out. It's taken at least an hour for the breakaway to go, and that's exactly what, as fans, we want to see.
It was absolutely nuts yesterday, wasn't it, for want of a better description? Truly bonkers was the stage yesterday. It was that fast in the beginning. We dropped the flag. It's kilometre zero. We have 7.1 kilometres to just have a little rollout. Everyone just have a little catch up and finish off the final stage before we get going. We'll see if our two neutral section buddies are catching up this morning. If you haven't been with us so far, Harif Saleh, usually in the morning, Thomas Barter, normally chilling out down the back, having a little chat. We'll see if they do the same today. It's normally been the pattern so far during the neutralised sections. 30 degrees C for the riders. So it's getting up to that sort of top end of that weather forecast for today. On the rollout, drone cam, or as I'm slightly now can't get out of my head, our bee cam, because it just sounds like a little swarm of bees holding a camera. I'm sure they could do it. That'll be the next thing, someone puts a camera on a bee. It was our great, we've had some amazing drone shots this week from the cameras. Hope you've enjoyed our line-to-line coverage of the Tour de Langkawi. Just checking in with the Swannies, some of the Equipo Kern farmer riders.
Yeah, getting ice packs obviously they hadn't got, or picking up the bottles that they hadn't put on. Plenty of time to do it though in the neutral.
Today, very much, for many riders, it's going to be schools out after this, isn't it? Because for most riders, this is going to be end of the season. What's the feeling as a pro when you get to that end of the year?
Yeah, there's a lot of fatigue in not just the legs, but just in the mind more than anything. You've been travelling for, some of these riders started way back in January, so when the end of season comes, it's nice to head home, have a bit of time off, maybe go on holiday, maybe just spend a bit of time at home actually, and unpack your suitcase, put it in the wardrobe, clean all your clothes for once, and then just live a bit of a normal life.
Clean all your clothes for once.
Yeah.
I suppose that depends what age of pro you are, does it not?
Yeah, clean them a bit better than just in the wash bag that you always get. Nice to just, well, what I mean is clean your own clothes for once, not just get, someone comes around and cleans them. You forget when you're a pro, if you just leave your wash bag outside your door at home, it doesn't just get washed like it does when you're away with the team.
And if you're new to cycling, by that, John means that the soigneurs, as we always say, are the hardest work. Soigneurs, mechanics, hardest working staff in cycling, because if you're ever in a team hotel, you walk down the corridor and there'll be those little net bags, just full of. If you can get through the aroma of walking down a corridor after a bike race, no offence, lads, but you go and you see all the little net bags in the corridor, and the Swannies will take it and they wash the kit and they deliver it back.
Yeah, it's good. You normally put it outside your door when you were riding anyway. Put it outside your door, and then you go have a massage, and you go have dinner, and then you come back and it's back outside your door, hanging on your door handle, and it's all clean and smells nice.
And the wash fairies aren't always at home,
yeah,
unless you still live at home with your mum.
Yeah, and then you go home and you have to do it yourself. It's awful.
As if we so have our own little wash pixies to take care of the kit. But they are. We said it, I think we touched on it earlier on in the week in terms of the job that the soigneurs, for example, do when they come away to a race like this. And we had a wander around the supermarket. We found a great supermarket. As bike riders, and if you've ever been involved with teams, you become slightly supermarket obsessed wherever you go in the world. It's always good you find yourself, even if you're not involved with teams anymore, subliminally checking out the supermarket, thinking, okay, this would be a good supermarket for the teams to get this. Find the bread, find the jams, find the chocolate spreads, and all that kind of stuff. They do a great job.
Yeah, the Swannies have a great knack of finding what they need. And of course, they let all the other soigneurs from other teams let them know where the good stuff is, and they have a good conversation every morning. Oh, did you go to that supermarket? No, I went to this supermarket. Oh, did you get this? And as a manager now, it's quite I kind of take the mick out of them all. And as soon as they come over and they'll tell me about the feed zone they're going to and how they have to go here, then they go there. But no, they are really, it's a big team behind just the 6 riders who are on the race. Behind that, so many staff members, soigneurs, mechanics, like we said, and then the managers. And now, quite common, videographer, photographer, personal photographers, the teams, or social media managers now as well. Of course, at a lower level team, a lot of the teams here, you take Bolton Equities, they would do the social media and be handing out bottles or mopping together. At a World Tour team, it might be a bit different when you've got the budget to have separate jobs and everyone does their own certain job. But when you come from Europe and you come to Asia, you normally cover 2 or 3 jobs and all muck in together. So it's behind the team of riders that all work together and have a great time together. There's a group of staff that are traveling the world as well and enjoying themselves.
And I suppose at the end of the year, again, you get to this point of the year and they all need a break.
Yeah,
as well.
In some ways, they need a break more than, especially continental level and a bit of pro continental level. You're at a lot more races than some of the riders. The riders might have a mid-season break, injury, illness, of course, throughout the year with what they're doing. But sometimes, like a mechanic or a soigneur could be on the road for every single race through the year, and potentially they're away a lot more than the riders.
And I suppose when you say that, sometimes having a holiday at home is a nice thing, and that it sometimes might not compute for that. Having a break at home is actually, is a good thing, because when you're on the road all the time, and it's kind of, even as media, we kind of live the same kind of thing. You're in and out of a hotel, you're living out of a bag, and you can be away, for a majority of the season, and it is nice just to actually just go home.
Yeah, literally, and unpack all your bags and put the clothes in your wardrobe or your drawers, and I know it's like a very simple thing what I just said, but actually that's quite really nice. I can't actually, talking from experience, it is actually just nice to be home and cook your own meals. You don't have to go out for a meal. Home comforts for a reason.
Yeah, you don't have to. Yeah, you don't have no dinner buffets in hotels and all that kind of thing as well. But yeah, cooking your own dinner is a great experience. We just got a glimpse there of Simon Pelot's bike. His dots have got bigger. The team mechanics have done a great job in customising Simon Pelot's red BMC bike as King of the Mountains. So his polka dots have got bigger on his bike as the race has gone on. Everyone on the rollout, just dealing with a little bit of road furniture here. Tudor Pro Cycling have done a great job this week, delivering Arvid de Klein to 2 stage victories. He won on day 1, he won on day 6, and he's been up there on subsequent sprints, just getting edged out yesterday by Sasha Vimas of Human Powered Health, which was a well-deserved stage victory, and an important one for the Belgian as well, with the Human Powered Health men's team looking like that's going to be ceasing to operate at the end of the season. We've had stage wins for Gleb Sarista of Astana. We've had stage wins for George Jackson of Bolton Equities Blackspoke. We had Daniel Babor of Caja Rural on stage 4. Simon Carr of EF Education Easy Post taking the Genting Highlands stage. And then Arvid de Klein, as I said, on stage 6. Tudor Pro have done a great job in controlling things for the sprints this week, and as you said yesterday, they're getting some reinforcements next year, and with the likes of Alberto Dainese, we got Matteo Trentin, and it's a really exciting time for the Swiss team.
It really is. Good sponsor as well for the Swiss team with Tudor. Very famous watch company. They are backed by Swiss legend as well, Fabian Cancellara. he has some input over the team and has helped them and guide them where he can. But they are moving forward. Of course, BMC bikes. It's going to be interesting. They have a really good under-23 development team as well, Tudor Pro. So it's going to be an interesting year. Already up to 27 riders on their team. Pretty much, I think next year, hopefully a lot more invites to the Grand Tours. And there'll be a team looking up to the year after, stepping up to World Tour level. But one of those projects that's really been built and developed year on year, instead of just coming in and saying we can do this straight to World Tour level, being able to build the squads, build the staff, everyone's moved up. Come on, almost in a together way. They've all been together, they've all developed at the same time, and of course some riders unfortunately can't step up all the way up to World Tour in the future. They're making a good program across the board, and again with that under-23 development team, that makes their job easier. They've got that youthful exuberance and development coming through, pushing the older riders constantly.
And Tudor watch company?
Watch company, yeah, big, really nice watches as well actually. And they have got some good sponsors, if you notice on their sleeve as well. Hugo Boss, Assos kit. Assos and Hugo Boss actually have done a bit of a collaboration of such as well. So I actually walked past the Hugo Boss shop in the airport, and it looked like an Assos design on a t-shirt. It wasn't, but it looked very, very similar. So maybe they have just stolen that A and put it on one of the t-shirts.
And that's what we need, isn't it, with cycling? We talk a lot about merchandising and those business models of cycling, and that's something that I think we've always missed in cycling, and we miss a trick, is that if you can walk into a Hugo Boss shop and you can see that they sponsor a cycling team, and you could buy a Tudor Pro t-shirt, and you can buy some merch, and you can buy the watch, you know, if there's a Tudor team watch and that kind of thing. I think that's the sort of thing that we need. And if those finances then feed their way back into the team, it's sort of, if Hugo Boss sell the team kit in their stores, and that money comes back into the team, it's trying to find different operating budgets rather than just relying solely on sponsorship all the time, because it's that model. Because as soon as a sponsor pulls out, and you can see it, as soon as a sponsor pulls out, or you lose a sponsor, a couple of sponsors, the team ceases to exist, and then riders, mechanics, soigneurs, managers, everyone can go be out of a job. And it can happen, and it has happened many times late in the season. You know, we've had sort of different teams this year. Look at B&B Hotels, look at the ZAF team in women's cycling as well. They had a B&B, there was supposed to be a men's and a women's program. So I think if we talk a lot in cycling about this model of cycling, and Jonathan Vortas talks about it a lot, and I think if we can within, you know, try to change the model slightly with people like Hugo Boss, who've got high street stores, and with Tudor Pro, Tudor watches, who are in stores and will have their own stores. And I think it's building that fan base, isn't it, where you can walk in and go, hey, yeah, I follow Simon Pello here in Malaysia and want to have a watch, and I want a BMC bike, and that kind of thing. And if those team have set it up so that they almost get a royalty in a way, that then it's building enough finance behind the team that if a sponsor does pull out, it's not the end of the world. You still have something to continue. You've got a good business base. But that's a story for another day. Just try and change the world. We're through at kilometre 0. We're off and racing on the final day of the Tour de Langkawi. And as is always the case, kilometre 0, the attacks come thick and fast. Everyone will be looking to try and get away. There's a couple of Cat 4 climbs early on in the day. 141.1 to go, 137.1 to go. No one can catch Simon Pello, but he may well feel like taking some points there just to show that he is the king of the mountains, but that we will expect a breakaway today.
Yeah, and from the gun, it was Green Project Bardiani. As soon as that car accelerated, he was on the back of it, first attack, and he's trying to drag this group away again. Difficult start to the day, those two little fourth cats. They come after 15 kilometres in and 19 kilometres in, pretty much back to back, so it's going to be a tough beginning to the day, and that does suit the chances for the breakaway.
Next attacks. Multiple teams trying to get in on the action here.
Looks like two Corotec Salitalia riders.
It is. Both trying to go clear. It happens sometimes, doesn't it? Your teammate accelerates, you're on the wheel, you just follow, and away you go.
You know, you end up both attacking on either side of the road, and then you just join up at the front and go, oh, hey mate, how you doing?
You like that? Should we have it?
Yeah.
Let's go.
Go on.
Let's go for it. And they are. And they've ridden really well this week, Corotec Sella Italia, perhaps. And sometimes I think we are very win-centric. And I think sometimes when you look at the way a team's ridden and the way that they have operated, and they've been in there, they probably haven't come away with the level of success that they potentially could have done, but they've been an exciting team this week.
Yeah, I'm sure they would have come looking for a victory though. Top class pro continental Italian team.
We've got Davide Baldacchini and Lorenzo Quartucci are the two riders from Sella Italia Corotec. I've got to say, I like the kit. It's one of I like the Sella Italia Corotec kit. It's quite. I love a load of logos as well. I've always been an Androni fan as well. I love a jersey that's quite plain, just with loads of logos on it. There's just something about it.
Yeah, it's definitely different.
It stands out though. It's the sort of maroon and blue colours.
Shorts.
You know.
I don't know what colour. I'm not very good with colours, either blue or red. So, but it looks like a bluish, faded blue, not faded, but you're better with the colours. I don't know what colour blue that would be.
It's kind of like an off navy, isn't it?
Right.
It's sort of a deep. It's like a deep blue. It's
deep
like
blue.
Almost a navy, but it's not quite a navy blue.
So I can get away with maroon. I could recognise that, but
Corotec bikes, another bike brand that have been around for a long time. Good to see them with the team. But Balducci and Quartucci are on the Baldacchini, Ronnie. Sorry, are on the attack here as we get across a member of our Malaysian national team.
and just like that, that's the whole peloton by the looks of it. All comes back together.
And that is the way, just to get 2 riders, then 5 riders, and a whole group more riders, and then it all comes back together. But our first real attack of the day from our 2 Corotec Sella Italia riders, brought back 153 kilometres to go. It is a tall order, you would say, today to have anything other than a bunch sprint today. It's going to be a tough one to try and get clear and really make something stick. We're on board with Equipo Kern Farmer. They have Pablo Castillo in 3rd on general classification. They sit 3rd in the team standings. Do a keeper current farmer.
Nice little idea. I like the earpiece in his ear for the race radio, actually. You can probably hear it quite well. We've got our radio completely wired up inside the car, and sometimes if the guys are speaking on the radio tools going off as well, it's quite difficult to try and keep track of all these different radios you have within the team car. Kind of.
You're going to adopt that one?
I might actually try that. It was like that. He's just gone with a normal headset, same as what the riders have, one earpiece, and then the microphone that he had pinned onto his t-shirt. See the riders pin it inside their jersey or to their bib shorts sometimes. Yeah, quite like that. It's always good though. Normally you need it loud enough, because then the mechanic can translate when you can't understand them sometimes. And you also just get really good at, it's the same as the running joke on the underground or anything, you can understand the conductor talk. It's the same in a race radio, you can actually, you get to recognise all the riders' voices and understand what they're saying, even though it wasn't that clear.
Make it out through the fuzz. We had Cristian Relianu on the attack, the Romanian rider on the Chinese team. He's been brought back. We're seeing EF Education Easy Post. Now round the front, you've got Simon Carr, British rider for EF Education Easy Post, up towards the front. They sort of need a little bit of calm, a little bit of presence, I think, at the front to Simon Carr's team, just to sort of calm things a little bit.
Even not to calm things, Simon Carr's there. I think that the most difficult part of the stage is the beginning with those little climbs, so it could split. We saw him on other days on those first category climb, it went into a really small group. So Carr just needs to be at the front and tentative himself and follow the right moves, just keep a track of everything. Once we go over the two climbs, we top out the second, fourth category with 137 kilometres to go, and after that, that's when you can settle the race down. I think they're doing the right thing, they're being at the front, they're being proactive, they're following the moves and just making sure no one of any danger goes up the road, and also they avoid any splits that could happen.
Great to see everyone out and enjoying the race as it passes on the other side. It was good to see, and I think that's something I was listening to some of the interviews that they've made. We've got Equipa Kern Farmer and Euskaltel Euskadi. Generally, you don't get one without the other in this race. If we've got one clear, we've normally got the other team with us as well. So we've got going clear here, Chomin Juarez de Arieta from Euskaltel Euskadi, and then from Equipa Kern Farmer is Carlos Garcia Piana, is the man in green. Long, big, wide. Look how wide the roads are here. And we've got Green Project Bardiani and Bolton Equities Black Spoke coming across.
You expect to see Cala Royale next coming across, the only Spanish team that have missed this. But back at the peloton, it looks like EF Education Easy Post were controlling things in numbers, but as the roads widened up, just on that final shot we had, attacks from both sides of the road. Peloton aren't happy with this move. And it's Matt Bostock and Matteo Scalco from Green Project Bardiani. And then Bostock, he's been competitive actually in the previous 2 days sprints. At first we thought he might have just lost his sprinter George Jackson, but from what I've read online, they're trying to support Bostock in the sprints for these final 3 days.
As we like to say, it's that man again. As they're almost back together, and they just clearly saw that it was almost back together. And If you're joining us for the first time, the man in the red and white from Terengganu, Jambal Jamps Saim Bayer, the national champion of Mongolia, has been probably one of the most aggressive and animated riders of the race, and as has Nur Ayman Rosli. They've been spent quite a few kilometres together this week, these two.
Yeah, every time they're not just attacking together, they seem to find each other at the front. Two very similar riders, they want to be on the attack, and again that's the biggest gap, one of the biggest gaps we've seen so far in today's race. Tough when the roads are so wide like this. You can see, and straight actually, you can see the breakaway up ahead, so it really gives hope for anybody who wants to be in that move. They feel like they can jump across and get involved. It also means it's so hard to control. There's always going to be counter attacks, constant attacks. You just have to let it really naturally allow everyone to stop attacking.
It looked like Yamamoto that was going up the road as well. He's been quite active the last couple of days.
Yeah, didn't see much of Yamamoto in the first few days, but over the last 3 days actually we've seen him in the breakaways. Now only 6 kilometres away from the top of our first KOM of the day.
Nur Ayman Rosli for the Malaysian national team. Good to see them on the attack. They have really acquitted themselves well this week, the Malaysian national team. They've been on the attack constantly. For Terengganu, you've got to say Jambal Jamp Saim Bayer, along with Nur Ayman Zarif, my apologies, getting them. He's been on the attack, Malaysian national champion. We had Harif Saleh, who was up there earlier on in the week. Amriel Mizuki's been in breaks. Yusuf Rangigi got up there yesterday. But Saim Bayer sits second in the best Asian riders classification, and he also sits 16th overall at 3 minutes and 19 seconds. Many attacks that he's put in, many a kilometre that he's spent out in the lead. Little flick of the elbow to Rosli to come through. We'll see if this manages to stick now, this breakaway. For anyone that's watching that's new to the sport or is racing, and you come to the big wide roads that we had, and we're narrowing down now into 2 lanes here as Yamamoto gets up, Masaki Yamamoto from JCL. 2 more riders coming across. So we've got Mikael Biscara is got up there, and Ratshanan Yawarat is up there as well. Ratshanan Yawarat, another rider that we've seen on the attack this week. So this might help, having the presence of Biscara in this group for Euskaltel Euskadi. Man wearing 75. So we narrowed out when we've kind of come into some narrower roads around for those really big roads that we left the towns on. I mean, when we talk about how wide and how hard it is to get away on those big wide roads, why is that?
Just there's a few different reasons really. It's actually really the peloton that decide when a breakaway goes away. Normally you can close the road, block the road, you go across the road, and that kind of finishes the chase or finishes the attacks. Normally a few teams as well, it would take a few teams, but of course when the roads are that wide it's near enough impossible to get 3 or 4 teams to the front all together to be able to go across the road. So on the narrower roads, you can do it as such, but it's still in the grand scheme of things. You come to Europe and they're nowhere near as wide as this. This is like a 2.5 lanes wide. In Europe, probably near enough a third of the size of this road sometimes. And once you do close it off, that's when the breakaway is allowed to go up the road, and then the general classification teams or the sprint teams will then start the chase. Normally controlling things, let a breakaway have a bit of a gap, a bit of a leash to work with, and a comfortable gap that the teams then know they can bring it back together. And obviously you want to keep a group size quite small. You don't want a group that's 10 or 15 big, unless you're happy for it to go all the way to the finish and happy with the makeup. Potentially that's what EF Education Easy Post could do. They've done really well, actually. They've pretty much sealed general classification, first and second on general classification on the Genting Highlands stage, and actually the stages after that they haven't had to control or ride on the front, because the sprinter teams like Tudor Pro Cycling, Aston Art, Bolton Equities, Black Spoke have wanted to make sure the breakaway comes back, and they're the teams that actually have ridden on the front. So it could be the same again for EF Education Easy Post. They might not need to control and contribute and ride. They did on the Genting Highlands day. They made sure everything was back together at the bottom of Genting Highlands, and that allowed Car and Cepeda to race as hard as they could up the climb and open up the biggest gap they could. But ever since then, actually, they've been able just to mark and follow moves, and there hasn't really been too much riding on the front for them.
No. Vadim Pronsky just swinging off in his white jersey as the best Asian rider, and that's a good end to the season for the 25-year-old from Kazakhstan. Talking about hopefully he can have a break after this one. I hope he gets to have a break and a holiday after this, Vadim Pronsky, because he's in an absolute mighty season.
He really has. Straight from the Vuelta a España, 5 days off, and straight to Tour de Langkawi. Yeah, Pronsky will be hoping. Interested to see what races he's actually got on his calendar. You never know. Might be heading back for some Lombardia is next week. A race that could suit him, actually. Good little punchy climber.
Yeah, you could have a go with that. It's always a good end to the season. It is a beautiful race down in Bergamo and Lombardy. Can recommend it. 500 meters to go to the top of the climb. This is our first KOM of the day. And Simon Pelot, no one any threat to him in terms of his mountains classification. So just cap 4 points on offer here. The Tudor Pro man has this classification sewn up. There is that level of pride sometimes as a king of the mountains that you just want to sweep up the points if they're there. It's Tudor Pro that are on the front here. Remember, there are some prizes still for the summit. They'll sprint out for that. We'll get confirmation of our order over the top. So just going through over the top there, Xavier Azarsi takes the maximum points. That was really an attack for Azarsi rather than just the KOM points, but that sprint for the summit there has really spread things out, hasn't it?
See how lined out that group is. Little gaps here and there. One just trying to close the wheel in front of him.
Yeah, Mateo Scalco did a great job from the bottom, absolutely drilling it on the front, and Izarsi taking over. Corotec Sella Italia, EF Education Easy Post. Just having a little clip off the front here on the descent.
You saw that drone shot though, how straight that road is.
It's a
bit of big split actually, yeah. There's a lot of riders caught out at the back. This is just Look how easy it is at the front. They're freewheeling. Not really any effort at all now at this point. And behind that, the group is working very hard to come back.
It's that the way this road has got kind of elements of a sort of rock and roll and roller coaster. The way, and you're kind of almost getting that momentum over time. You see how far the team cars are lined out behind. Big shout out to any of our DSs joining us in team car today. Welcome along. Thanks for joining us. We do appreciate your company. Our next KOM is going to come pretty soon. 137.1 kilometres to go is our next Cat 4 climb. It does look like there's a few tired legs down the back. And it is the Malaysian national team colours on the front. There you have it. Javier Izasi takes it from Luca Corvilli. So 2 and 1 points. So Luca Corvilli takes the second there for Green Project, Bardiani. And there's your King of the Mountains, GC. Overall, Simon Pello with 32 points, so 12 points ahead of our overall leader, Simon Carr, and Pablo Castillo of Equipo Confirma up there in 3rd spot in the overall. These look at these shots, just as we said, it's just rocks and rolls. These big rolling climbs that we've got here today. This early part of the stage, not easy by any means, and these the sort of relentless pressure on the front with no breakaway clear. It is clearly snapping a few riders' legs at the back and really putting them into a world of hurt. It's those orange jerseys of Euskaltel, Euskadi, who have been really active since the start. But our turquoise leaders jersey of Simon Carr just getting up here and just getting into the move here.
It's the best
just
way.
Covering it.
And then the Euskaltel Skadi rider. Just a bit of a hand signal to roll through. He would have been disappointed when he saw that turquoise jersey of Simon Carr there. Carr, no need to actually contribute. This was the importance of being in position. He hasn't done it trying to really go on the attack. He's just been able to be there, follow the position, follow the riders who are making the move, and he's found himself in that leading group.
1 kilometre to the summit of our second climb of the day. The summit comes with 137.1 kilometres to go today in another Cat 4 climb. It is at Meru. It's just 200 metres. The actual categorised part of the climb averaging 6.5%. Just a small group creeping off the front. It is going to get brought back together. And it is that Malaysian national champion, Nuraiman Zarif, that is just covering the moves at the front. Nothing managing to stick here at the moment. Everyone just dancing around at the front. It is going to be Zarif who's going to cover this move by the Rouge Eye online insurance team rider, that orange helmet, looking for the summit. Just wanting to take that last little prize here if he can. 100 metres to go now, up towards the top. 2 points on offer. So he's going to take that. Is that Polychronis Zakis?
Yeah, it looks like it. Big Greek man.
So over the top. We'll get confirmation of that momentarily. A very, very active start to the day. If you are just jumping into our coverage today, we're about to swing right here. Stage 8, the 8th and final stage of the 27th edition of the Tour de Langkawi. 156.5 kilometres today, starting in Setia Alam and finishing in Kuala Lumpur. 2 Cat 2 climbs, 3 intermediate sprints along the route. But Simon Carr of EF Education Easy Post just has to get through the stage, and he will be crowned the first British winner of the Tour de Langkawi in its history. And he set up his GC victory with a first at the top of the Genting Highlands as well for the British riders. There's confirmation of your result at the top of the KOM. Polychronis Zakis takes the 2 points. Orbin Fordeval takes the 1 point for Tudor Pro Cycling. Job done for Simon Pello in that King of the Mountains jersey. Just has to get safely now to the finish. Of course, you have to finish the stage in order to be crowned the winner. As Bolton Exe's Black Smoke go on the attacks. Is Luke Mudgeway that's going clear here? Or is it...
I think it's Logan Curry.
I was going to say, just looked around there. They've got quite a similar bike, style on the bike, don't they?
Yeah, really similar. Both small, compact, and very powerful. Mudgeway and Curry. Curry a little bit younger than Mudgeway. But we have a little group of 3 going up the road. And it is that man, Harold Martin Lopez from Astana, Kazakhstan. But it is Yuskatel Uskardi who then bring that group back together again. Yuskatel Uskardi, of course, unfortunately losing Canal Blanco. Had confirmation from the team though. Unfortunately, Carlos Canal had to pull out of the race, but nothing serious. Fortunately, no broken bones or anything like that. So it's always good news when you see a rider DNF and not make it back on their bikes. They're always desperate to be racing and back racing. So it's a bit of a worry when you see riders completely pull the pin instantly. But luckily, confirmation. No injuries, no broken bones. Of course, plenty of road rash, but nothing serious.
And that's it. You don't want to go into the winter with, with broken bones. You go down in the crash, and he went down heavily, didn't he? And that was the worry, because it wasn't just a completely easy crash. It was a bit of a roll as well, wasn't it?
Yeah, he went down at high speed because it was a really competitive intermediate sprint where we had it, and then clipped a wheel, and there was no time to even react, and he went down. He did bounce and roll. Sometimes that is better at high speed. It's a crazy one, you could talk about it. Sometimes those small ones really do damage.
If you're with us, you're up for a little commercial break. Make sure you come back soon. See you in a little while.
To achieve big goals, to bring new possibilities, partnerships and collaborations are imperative. With the focus of people, planet and profit, together with our partners, we are amplifying our efforts to reduce carbon emissions in our downstream operations. To strike a balance between business goals and environmental needs, at the same time recognizing and addressing the plastic waste and pollution in the economy. One of downstream subsidiaries, Petronas Chemicals Group, is committed shifting the industry towards a circular economy approach, better known as new plastics economy.
Thanks to technology and collaborations, this will not become a mere figment of imagination, but soon will be a reality for us. Working with a global player, we are currently looking at the possibility of building a chemical recycling plant, creating enterprise value in energy transitions such as sustainable fuel and cleaner forms of energy for mobility. It is up to us to make our planet a better place, one that we will be proud to leave behind for the future generation. It is our hope to inspire change, and together we will forge ahead towards a greener tomorrow. This is my pledge to the organization.
This is our pledge to you.
They say the soul never changes. It's the one thing that stays constant. While what we see around us may change and grow, the feeling of where it came will always stay the same. guiding us to make us who we are. What we are and where we go. And where I'm from, we go forward. So come, we have much more to share. Malaysia, truly Asia. Malaysia, truly Asia.
No matter how far you go, there's always Petronas Premix 95 with Pro Drive to make your journey smoother. Petronas Premix 95 with Pro Drive, Malaysians' favorite fuel.
Welcome back to the 8th and final stage of the Tour de Langkawi. 129 kilometres to go. We started in Setia Alam. We're heading to Kuala Lumpur. Great crowds along the routes, as you can see. Everyone really has got out and supported the race this week. Watching the peloton come past. We always like to say, cycling, biggest free sporting spectacle in the world. We bring the sport to you. You don't need a ticket. Just pitch up at the side of the road, watch the race go by. And it is a flat day. It should be a day for the sprinters. Both of our King of the Mountains points are behind us. First one was taken by Izasi of Euskatel. Second one by Polychronos Tozakis of the Rujai Online Insurance team. But Simon Pelot secure in that King of the Mountains jersey. Just has to get safely to the finish today, and he will be crowned the King of the Mountains. You can just see him up towards the front here for Tudor Pro Cycling. Just looking like he's trying to get in on the action a little bit here. Human Powered Health rider, just trying to get everyone motivated to work. But you can see it's just constant. You can just see the snaking of the peloton behind on these wide roads.
Yeah, it's annoying when you make a move like that and then you get to a group that aren't willing to work. That's exactly how Human Powered Health rider felt then. But the group was a little bit too big for everyone to contribute. The counter move off that now. That is a group of 4. Behind that is EF Education Easy Post. You kind of just start to calm things down, riding at a pace fast enough to stop any counter-attacks, slow enough to allow that group of 4 to gain a bit of an advantage.
So we're waiting for what we always like to refer to as our break of the day. Can they get clear? Will this be the one that finally sticks? We had multiple groups going clear. Baldacchini and Quartucci of Corratec Sella Italia. They were caught. Christian Aurelianu of Henjang from Romania. He was the next to go. And and on the attack now. We've got Christian Aureliano for Henjiang. We've got Manuele Tarozzi is the rider from the Green Project Bardiani. We've got Nuraiman Rosli from the Malaysian national team. I just need to pick out who our leaning star rider is. Can't quite make out the number. As soon as we get a glimpse, I think it's Xiao Zhongqi. No, Roniel Campos, I think it is. Wearing 162 from Leaning Star. It is 162 is our other rider that's in the group from that Leaning Star team, Roniel Campos. I always like as well when we're out on a race and we're out in a different part of the world, finding different team sponsors. I remember the first time I was walking down through Bath, where GCN is based, Global Cycling Network, and I saw all these massive groups of EF Education groups with their big pink flags, and I think I did kind of took the guide leader by surprise. I was like, oh my God, EF! And yesterday I was in the mall and I walked past a Leaning Star sports shop. So there was a shop in the mall, a Leaning Star. So I went in, had a little mooch about, and had a look. And I think as well, it's sometimes important. It's good to find out what the team sponsors do.
Yeah, sometimes it's quite surprising actually what they are, and it's always, as you say, it's quite interesting just to see what and where they're based, what they do, where they're based. And sometimes these sponsors teams have so many different offices around the world. I found when I was racing, you go to a race in Europe or Australia, and the good sponsors, the good teams have marketing stuff that you have to do as a rider, as an athlete. And you travel to Australia and you don't realise there's offices for that company there. Now, a group of 6. Michael Valgren of EF Education Easy Post comes across. That's with Xavier Aisasa from Euskaltel Euskadi as well. Expect the peloton to be quite close to this group now. Not sure they'll want Michael Valgren up the road. Also, only 500 meters to go to our first intermediate sprint of the day as well. Well, we're getting them off quickly again today.
We are indeed. That's the beauty of it. They do give us plenty of prizes within this race and plenty of points to sprint out for. So Kapar is our first sprint of the day. There's the gap from the drone shot as they start to sprint it out here, and those counters are unfortunately pulling this back together. The peloton all lined out, one long line, and it's Nuraiman Rosli that jumps clear to take that one. So Rosli is going to roll through. Rosli from Tarozzi, and it was the Corotec Sella Italia riders that were trying to get across, and unfortunately have just brought the peloton up to them. So we start again. So we reset, nothing managing to get clear and stick. The peloton has been snaking in one long line, and it's just been relentless yet again since the start of today's stage. This has pretty much been the pattern of a lot of the stages so far in this year's Tour de Langkawi, that some days it's taken an hour for the breakaway to go clear. Next move. There we go. Malaysian national team just jumping clear. Tudor Pro Cycling, Cajaradal all around the front. So they've all got sprinters in their midst. They've all got fast riders that they know can spread it out. There's confirmation. So Nur Ayman Rosli takes 3 points and 3 seconds. Manueli Tarozzi takes the 2. And Christian Reliano there of Henjiang takes the 1. There's your overall sprints. Still sitting with Arvid Klein and Sasha Bimas and Gleb Zarica. So none of the riders that are scoring points are any threat to Arvid Klein's lead. Back to the front. So this is Shaful Shukri from the Malaysian national team. He's on that UAE Emirates team bike. That Colnago just has a little glance around.
Interestingly, in that points classification, there's now only 21 points left for the whole race. 2 more intermediate sprints. They score 3, 2 and 1 points, 3 for the win, of course. And then there's 15 points on offer at the end for that finish. So technically, Sasha Vimaus can catch Arvid de Klein. He picks up some points in those intermediate sprints and then wins the stage, and de Klein doesn't score any points, then technically on countback Sasha Vimaus can then take that victory in the overall points classification. So still up for grabs there. Still one just to keep an eye on. If de Klein aims and goes for one of those intermediate sprints, though, he's almost confirms himself that jersey and will be on the podium at the end of the day.
Yes, indeed. Got to keep the excitement alive. But for those classifications, Mohammed Shukri of the Malaysian national team going clear here. Good to see him on the attack. 25 years old. Looks like he's had a season where he's been racing domestically for the most part. He's had a few dips out into international racing in his career, as a lot of riders from Malaysia do. They'll head out, do races such as Tour of Thailand. That not being too far away, so he did the Tour of Thailand earlier on in the season. As Luke Mudgway gets up to him, joining him at the front. So Chomin Juaristiarieta also getting up here. So 3 riders, and it's the Bolton Equities Black Spoke rider that just comes straight through to the front. Mudgway knows that the hope really to get clear is to come through, and the Corratec Sella Italia rider with Zarif on his wheel, and there's that Simon Pello trying to come across. So Pello on the back for Tudor Pro. This is a decent sized group that are trying to go clear. Many teams are represented in here. Back in the peloton. They'll almost be willing it, I think, at this point for a break to go on the final day.
It's been a fast day again. Around 47 kilometres an hour average. Get you an update in about 14 minutes time when we go over an hour of racing. But way up on the fastest schedule, up to that intermediate sprint. So not hanging around this year's Tour de Langkawi.
They haven't been hanging about at all.
There hasn't been one stage really where it's, because even so, if the breakaway takes an hour to go up the road, there's no time, and we haven't seen any big gaps go out to the breakaway. No big big gaps that have been allowed. No, the biggest gap we've seen is around 4.5 minutes, which actually isn't very much. Peloton looks like it's gone across the road. Saw EF Education Easy Post on the radio. One rider from Astana, Kazakhstan is trying to bridge. And he's leading 7 riders. They're working well enough together, not brilliantly though, you have to be honest. They're a lot of riders turning around, taking a look back at the peloton. They haven't all committed fully yet. They just want to see where the gap will go, if it'll open.
Andres Vosokans of Henjiang looking for the team car. And as the two 7-Eleven riders just drop back to the team car. This breakaway driving on, but our one rider there from Astana is he dragging another group? This is a big group to go clear, so this won't be allowed to go really, the group of this size, if they get on.
Yeah, I think Simon Pellu of Tudor Pro Cycling is the reason Astana are trying to bring it back. They won't want a rider from Tudor in that move, with them not represented. There's another Tudor rider coming across in that counter-attack, one from Green Project Bardiani. It looks maybe even human-powered health. Get a good glimpse now as they come past.
We'll just get an idea the numbers of our chasers. 119 kilometres to go.
Will this be a day for the breakaway? We haven't seen a breakaway day yet at this year's Tour de Langkawi. Maybe EF are happy with the numbers. They can just control things. There's sprinter teams represented, so there is a chance for it to stay away. What team is going to ride to bring this group back? You have one from Human Powered Health. Green Project Bardiani are represented. Astana, Kazakhstan. Kaj Royale also with 2 riders, I think, in that leading group.
Yeah, Ben Perry on the back here for Human Powered Health.
2 from Tudor Pro Cycling as well. The only team that I can think of really that have missed it is Bolton Equities Black Spoke. Corotec Salatalia are there.
It's Gleb Saritsa.
Is it Glebser, the fastest sprinter in the race? Actually, Bolton Equities are also there. So we have a lot of teams represented. 2 from Tudor Pro. They actually have the lead-out man, Mikael Zilard. He's been leading out to Klein. If this group gets together, they've got a chance. They really have. EF Education Easy Post don't need to bring it back. They can just control things, leave it at a gap, and almost let it just go up the road. And it's this man, that sprinter, Gleb Saritsa. What a ride. You can see how much he's taken out of him.
And the scenario here for Tudor Pro, for Human Powered Health, for Cajarodal, is that Gleb Saritsa is now in the break, so they could let this go, because if it does come back, it potentially eliminates one rider from the sprint, because he's already in the group. For the group, they're thinking, okay, we're going to take this guy and then towards the finish, and then we're going to have to try and get away from him.
They're going to have to make sure they get away from him. They're going to, you know what you need to do to beat him, and they need to then start attacking. Looks like EF Education Easy Post come to the front. Interesting one. Do they need to bring it back? Can they just afford to let the breakaway go up the road? Trying to think of some other teams that could have missed. Quick Farmer. They're not represented in this breakaway. This is the danger time here, though, when riders start skipping turns.
And do you think it is the presence of Saritsa, that is the reason why riders might not want to ride here?
More than likely. Pelou is giving him a little hand sling to move him to the front. Pelou's so experienced. He just is able to bring riders together when he gets to a breakaway. It's a brilliant skill to have. Almost just the team captain of the breakaways. He knows it gives himself an opportunity, gives Szilard an opportunity for a sprint. And we know Saritsa is a very fast finisher. He's been up there in all the bunch sprints we've had this week. But there's a big difference sprinting while you've been in a breakaway all day than being able to be led out and sat back. And Szilard, good lead-out man, but also fast finisher. And also Thomas Barter from Caja Royale. The man did a fantastic lead-out for his teammate Daniel Babor. Stage victory on stage 4. So there's some other fast finishes, not just Saritsa. I think this is the first day, day 8, where we could see a breakaway succeed all the way to the end.
It would be good to see. We, as you said, we haven't had that so far this week. So could it be a day? Could it be a day for the breakaway? It would be good. We would love that if it did. Let's give you our GC positions. I'll go through them as they are on the start list rather than where they are in order, just so that you get an idea of where everyone is. So Gleb Saritsa is 76th at 55.40. Davide Gaburo is 48th at 20 minutes and 7. Manuele Tarozzi is 37 at 11 minutes and 12. Simon Pello is 30th at 8.10. Mikkel Szilard is 82nd at 56.51. Luke Mudgeway is 97th at an hour and 3. Ben Perry 72nd at 53 minutes and 26 seconds. The only danger rider you would say is Chomin Juaristi Arrieta from Euskaltel Euskadi, who's 11th at 2 minutes and 14 seconds. You've got Alexander Konishev 49th at 20.09. Nurayman Razarif is 42nd at 13.32, and Shaifal Shukri is 44th at 15.06. So it's our man who's wearing 76 in the orange of Euskaltel Euskadi who is perhaps our spanner in the works here, because everyone else is far enough down overall that they could give this breakaway a fair amount of a lead, EF Education, and not worry too much. So this is our man here, Chomin Juarista Arrieta, in the orange of Euskaltel Euskadi. He's 11th at 2 minutes and 14 seconds. So for EF Education, give it 3 minutes and then just bring it back and just make sure that you keep him within a minute or so at the finish.
In some ways, yeah, just let the break go. Almost just exactly. A quick Kern Farmer now will help at the front of the race as well. They sit 3rd place on general classification. So now they do have a quick Kern Farmer riding. They just need to protect what they've got. They want to protect the podium places. It's a bit of a shame for that breakaway. One rider who's close on general classification might spell a bad time. Might not be successful. We got excited in the big group, went up the road, but maybe that means it'll have to come back.
Yeah, this man here, beyond him, no one a threat in the GC. He's just having a word as they go through. This is Giulia Massotto, 82. Massotto is 70th at 52.38. I'm just going to check if I had my 82s and 84s mixed up. My apologies. So the EF Education Easy Post riders will be notified by the DSs behind that they do have to be careful that they do have to watch the breakaway and not give it too much of an advantage, and then really make life difficult for themselves here on the final day. Beyond Chome Juaristi Arieta, the breakaway could have been given 6 minutes. No one too much of a danger. Bring it back a little bit at the end, and then let the break go all the way to the finish. And for the sprinters teams, we've had, and I think that's the beauty of this year's race, is that we've had so many different winners in the sprints from so many different teams that you would say that for the sprinters teams, they've all pretty much got something out of this race so far.
Yeah, the sprinter teams we've gone to watch have all picked up a stage win actually now. More just about human-powered health that hadn't picked up victory yet, and they did yesterday. Sasha Vimaus.
Right, the other rider that I hadn't noted was Thomas Barter. That's also in there for Categorised. So it's good to see him that's made it into this group. Thomas Barter, also a very fast finisher. You would say pound for pound in a sprint. Thomas Barter might fancy his chances against Gleb Syriza, as he's been the lead-out man this week. He's 85th at 58.38. Is Barter. They're wearing number 92. We do have Julia Masotto and Alexander Konishev in there for Corotec Sella Italia. Back to EF, 1 minute and 10. So the gap is going out with 114 to go. 1 minute and 10 seconds is the gap.
They're not letting it go out too far though, are they?
No, not. And that's the settling position. The DSs would have probably got as excited as we did in terms of this one and the control of that group. That then you start to realise that there is a danger rider in there, that if you give it too much, you could potentially steal the general classification and all that work done. And you can see the pressure in the peloton. It's all lined out still. The peloton is in a long line, and that's usually a real tell in terms of the pressure within this peloton. Back to our leaders and our leading groups to update you on who is in here. Luke Mudgeway of Bolton Equities Black Spoke. Chomin Arieta from Euskaltel Euskadi. He is our danger rider. You've got Mohammed Shukri from the Malaysian national team. Simon Pello here in his polka dot jersey, on his polka dot bike for Tudor Pro Cycling. Ayman Zarif, who is wearing 103. Ben Perry from Human Powered Health. Davide Gaburo of Green Project Barniani. Gleb Syriza from Astana, Kazakhstan. Michael Ziliar from Tudor Pro Cycling. Manuele Tarozzi from Green Project Bardiani. Alexander Konishev from Corotec Sella Italia. Giulio Masotto, also of the Corotec Sella Italia team. And Thomas Barter of Categorised. Good to see our Malaysian national champion in there though, Ayman Zarif. You can see him just riding up the white jersey with the blue shoulders on the red bike. For Green Project Bardiani, two riders in here and two strong riders and a really experienced rider as well, and Davide Gaburo wearing those famous Brico sunglasses that have made a return to the pro peloton. For Human Powered Health, Ben Perry. And look at this. This is EF Education Easy Post. And the pressure is on. Have they decided that they don't want to make life too difficult for themselves and that they are going to bring this one back? The motorbike's got to be really careful there. That they were just trying to show the peloton the whiteboard. And it may well be that they've decided that it's too dangerous. We're on to our next sprint at Sungai Bello. And it is Simon Pello that takes off looking for the seconds for Tudor Pro. Shukri is going to challenge here. To say points mean prizes. So Shukri takes that from Pelo. And it looked like Arias, the Euskadi rider, Juaristi, Arietta takes the third. We'll get confirmation of that. Shaiful Shukri didn't want to let that one go. Minute and 7. The cars are in the gap. Zarif looking for a bottle. Minute and 3. If that drops too quickly, we may well see the team cars pulled out of the gap. If that starts to come down too much. What's your feeling, John, at looking at this? Do you think with our Euskadi rider in there, that EF Education Easy Post would probably be best to maybe just bring this one back and let it reset? What would you be doing?
It's a difficult decision, actually, because you could almost allow it to go out. Still, it's only 2 minutes and 14. So if you let that breakaway go, if you bring it back too soon, it resets again. You have to control another breakaway and hope that another general classification rider doesn't get in the next move. Nice little replay, easy win there for Shukri, picking up those 3 seconds and 3 points. But it's either you bring it back straight away and you reset it, or you just allow it to go out to around about 2 minutes. And I think that's what they're actually trying to do, is almost just make sure it doesn't go any further out. It's a very big group up the road, and with help from Akwiboku and Farmer, they've got the legs and they've got the power in their teams to bring this break back if they need to. This means it's going to be a very fast day because they can't let it go too far.
Look at the pressure in the peloton behind our breakaway group. 105 kilometres to go. And this has been the pattern of the Tour de Langkawi throughout. It has been absolutely savage, you would say, day in, day out. It has been attack after attack after attack in this race. We've had very little time where it's really been an opportunity to relax. But the sprinters teams, we have had multiple winners. It's been a really successful race for all of the sprinters, you would say. When we came in on the opening day with Arvid de Klein taking the stage win, it looked like he would just romp away in the sprints, but it was Gleb Syriza who swung back the next day for Astana, Kazakhstan, onto stage 3. That was a day that Bolton Equities Black Spoke controlled things and controlled it perfectly for George Jackson to take the stage. Onto stage 4, the man that's in the breakaway, Thomas Barter for Categorised, delivered Daniel Babor with lead-out perfection, you would say. It was an absolute masterclass in how to lead out with one rider, and that's what they did, and he took the stage. Simon Carr taking the summit finish in the Genting Highlands for EF Education Easy Post, and Arvid de Klein and Sasha Vimaus on stage 6 and 7. Minute and 3. You're off for a little commercial break. We'll see you in a few moments.
To achieve big goals, to bring new possibilities, partnerships and collaborations are imperative. With the focus of people, planet and profit, together with our partners, we are amplifying our efforts to reduce carbon emissions in our downstream operations. To strike a balance between business goals and environmental needs, at the same time recognizing and addressing the plastic waste and pollution in the economy. One of downstream subsidiaries, Petronas Chemicals Group is committed shifting the industry towards a circular economic approach, better known as new plastics economy.
Thanks to technology and collaborations, this will not become a mere figment of imagination, but soon will be a reality for us. Working with a global player, we are currently looking at the possibility of building a chemical recycling plant, creating enterprise value in energy transitions such as sustainable fuel and cleaner forms of energy for mobility. It is up to us to make our planet a better place, one that we will be proud to leave behind for the future generation. It is our hope to inspire change, and together we will forge ahead towards a greener tomorrow. This is my pledge to the organization.
This is our pledge to you.
They say the soul never changes. It's the one thing that stays constant. While what we see around us may change and grow, the feeling of where it came will always stay the same. Is life, guiding us to make us who we are. What we are and where we go. And where I'm from, we go forward. So come, we have much more to share. Malaysia, truly Asia. Malaysia, truly Asia.
No matter how far you go, there's always Petronas Premix 95 with Pro Drive to make your journey smoother. Petronas Premix 95 with Pro Drive, Malaysians' favorite fuel.
Welcome back to the 8th and final stage of the Tour de Langkawi. 156.5 kilometres today from Setia Alam to Kuala Lumpur. But we'll bring to a conclusion the 27th edition of the Tour de Langkawi, and what an edition it has been. 47 seconds is the gap from our breakaway group, and it did look like when the group went that this was a group that could go all the way to the finish potentially, but Euskadi rider Choman Juarez de Arrieta, 11th overall at 2 minutes and 14 seconds. Sneakily, you would say, sneaking into that breakaway by stealth. And he could be the rider that might prevent the breakaway going all the way to the finish. You can see the pressure through the peloton. The peloton has been all lined out since the breakaway settled, and the word of who was in that breakaway filtered back through to the peloton. 47 seconds is the gap, and it is being controlled by EF Education Easy Post. Your breakaway, your break made up of Luke Muchway of the Bolton Equities Black Spoke, Choman Arrieta, as he said, from Euskadi, Mohammed Shukri from the Malaysian national team, Simo Pelo from Tudor Pro Cycling, Ayman Zarif from the Terengganu Polygon team, Ben Perry from Human Powder, Davide Gavuro from Green Project Bardiani, Gleb Syriza from Astana, Kazakhstan, Michael Zelia from Tudor Pro, Manueli Tarozzi, also of Green Project Bardiani, Alexander Konishev and Giulia Massotto of the Corotec Sella Italia team, and Thomas Barter of Caja Rural. But with Juarez de Arrieta in the orange of Euskadi, a danger, you would say, to the turquoise leaders jersey. They can't really let this breakaway get too far out. We're about to click through our real first milestone of the day, as we always point out when we're here line to line. We will go through the 100 kilometre to go point momentarily. Great crowds out along the route of La Tour de Langkawi. There we have it. The camera just looks back. You can see the peloton in the distance. Simon Pelo just hand up in the breakaway, looking for a bit of service. Maybe a little bit of feeding. It is a warm day. It's 29 to 31 degrees Celsius for the riders today. That's 84 to 88 degrees Fahrenheit and sunny. Just a light 4 to 5 kilometre an hour wind. The neutral service car just moving up to potentially just give Simon Pelo some service. The team cars will have been pulled out of the gap. The gap under a minute, and there it is. EF Education Easy Post are chasing behind with Simon Carr, the leader, in there. So clearly, John, they are not happy with the makeup of this group with the presence of Choman Juarez de Arrieta from Euskadi.
Yeah, I wonder if there's a lot of conversation in that breakaway. Maybe some words to say, can you sit up and go back? Obviously that means Euskadi haven't got a rider in the breakaway. If they had a rider there, potentially he could sit up and go back to the peloton, and that would mean that breakaway really has a chance of going all the way to the finish. Of course, you can't sacrifice a move now. If he had a teammate there, I think it could be done. But unfortunately, all those other riders in the breakaway, looks like their chances of stage victory are going to be doomed today.
But it is a conversation that sometimes happens.
Yeah, it does. Very often, actually. But I think if he had a teammate there, then potentially he could sit up and then go back. But also he's moving himself up. If it stays away, he moves himself up into the top 10 on general classification. So that race, I say he's not, maybe even if it stays away until the end and only gains a minute like we are at the moment, it would move him up all the way up to 5th place on general classification. So he could move himself really high up into GC, and of course with that comes with those extra bit of prize money, the extra bit of bonuses that could be on offer. It would be 5th place on a pro classified race as well, so it would be a big result. Bit of a problem with his shoe, Simon Pelo.
Simon Pelo needs to change his shoe.
You don't see many riders, you know, laces are great in some ways.
Until this moment.
Until that moment where you can't do them back up. It's always a good move when you're changing a shoe.
And this is something that you don't get to see very often, is a rider having to change his shoe. but clearly has broken something on his shoe, his replacement shoe, and sensibly his next pair of shoes, and you get it clipped in, then get your foot in. This is when you do respect triathletes and what triathletes can do out on the road and getting their feet into their shoes when they're trying to get racing. But now he's got a BOA system on this shoe, which means that he can just get it done up quickly.
Yeah, it's not. It's quite it's easier than it looks, I think. Once you do it once, you're like, oh, actually, that wasn't so bad.
And Simon Pello, I'm sure, has
yeah, I was
going to say, he's a fairly experienced pro. And it just happens from time to time, doesn't it? You might crack a shoe plate or something like that.
Yeah, or you rip off like a BOA system. Like you rub someone's front wheel, get caught in a spoke. It might not cause any damage to their front wheel, but it could just rip your BOA off, and then you have there's no tightness in your actual shoe. So these sometimes always happen. Normally when you get your nice sparkling white brand new pair of shoes, and you end up rubbing it on someone's rear wheel or something, and you just see this big scuff mark up the front. Always try and avoid catching the BOA. It looks like he's got matching shoes on though. Trying to see if we can get a view of his left foot.
Just get it adjusted. And that cycling kit as well, for anyone that might have just jumped into our coverage, because you look at bike riders, and all your kit really is designed to be able to take off on the move, whether you've got arm warmers, a gilet, everything. So everything within cycling, you always try, and as especially as young riders coming through, it's learning everything from being able to swap a shoe while you're pedaling along, and being able to take your arm warmers off, being able to put a rain jacket on, being able to take a rain jacket off. You know, because kind of coming over the top of a mountain or in a race, if you need to take your rain jacket off, you need to be able to do these sort of things quite quickly.
Yeah, something you take for granted sometimes. I remember as a 16, 17-year-old with Great Britain, we be training on our training camps in Wales. Raining, of course, because it rains quite often in Wales. Trust me of that. And I just remember with your rain cape on, and the ride was every time the coach behind in the car beeped the horn, we had to take our rain capes off, put them in our back pocket, and then he'd beep them again, we have to put them back on. And at the time it was very it was a long day. Even now I can remember it. It was chucking it down with rain, and we were taking our rain capes on and off constantly. But that's how you learn. Do it on the go, learning those basic skills that you actually end up taking for granted when you step up and start racing, because those things just come naturally. Then you don't have to think about them, you're not worrying about them. And it was definitely windy enough when we were 16 in Wales as well, so we were used to the crosswinds, trying to take your jackets off. And that's why you see so many riders helping each other. Sometimes your arm just gets stuck in it and you just can't get it off your shoulder or get it over your wrist, and every rider knows that feeling, so that's why you see them helping each other out, pulling that jersey off when they need it.
And when it's cold as well, that can be the difference as well, can't it? If you need to do something when it's cold. And I suppose it's those skills that when you see it's picking up a bottle, grabbing a bottle from the side, isn't it? And now, because the soigneurs they always put a gel in there, so it's being able to get your bottle, get your gel out, but also being able, it's all the skill set that you need as a bike rider. That it's not, you don't just want to start racing, be winning everything, get a pro contract, and you turn pro and you think, then they're like, can you go back and get me, can you come back to the car and get everyone bottles? And then you've got to fill up with food, and you've never taken a bottle from the car, and you've never filled up from the car, and you've never, had the mechanic help you from the car, you've never grabbed a bottle from the side, and that kind of thing. So I suppose even from when kids are little and are low, a lot of the clubs around the world, the grassroots level, that's the sort of things they'll work on with kids going in and out of cones and riding around. But there's also those extra elements of bike racing that you need to learn right from an early age.
Yeah, you really do. even interesting. All the way up, actually, now you look, some World Tour pros even, they'd missed those basic skills, very strong. Or if they've joined the sport late, which is, of course, inevitable if they have come from a different sport. Sometimes they miss those, I would say in some way, fundamental skills that you, when you grew up riding a bike and racing from quite a young age, you take for granted that you could just do, because you've had to do when you were younger.
And even we always talk about the throwing your bike at the line. And I was really lucky. I started racing when I was 12. You know, I got into cycling when I was 12, started racing when I was 13. And it's one thing that I used to race my brother Anthony round our estate, and literally every single out on our bike rides with VC Venta, my club in Winchester, which is the club that Paul Double came through. We used to sprint for every single town side, and that was the thing, going round and round and round all the time, was learning how to throw your bike at the line, and learning all those little things that can just make a difference. Because we saw it yesterday, didn't we, in terms of the photo finish between Sasha Vimas, Arvid de Klein, and Gleb Zarica, the three of them, just full throw, arms, out as extended as far as you can, and that's what won Sasha Vimas the stage yesterday.
Yeah, and timing that lunge as well. Sometimes you see people, the furthest it needs to be pushed away is at that point. See the conversation actually in the break. I think that was talking about why are we not being allowed to go up the road. Sports directors are being in their ears. Unfortunately, it's all down because of Arietta of Yuskatel Uskadi, that man, number 76, the 28-year-old. He sits too close on general classification.
Yeah, that's the reason. So our breakaway group, if you're just joining us, we've got Luke Mudgway of Bolton Equities Black Spoke, the Danger Man in GC, Choman Arietta. You've got Mohammed Shukri of the Malaysian national team, Simon Pello of Judo Pro. You've got Ayman Zarif of Terengganu, the Malaysian national champion, Ben Perry of Human Powered Health, Davide Gaburo of the Green Project, Bardiani. Gleb Zarica, already a stage winner for Astana, Kazakhstan. Can he win from a breakaway group here today? Interesting to see him getting up there and into the breakaway. Michael Ziad of Judo Pro, who's done a phenomenal job this week, up with Tarotsi, Konashev, Mozotto and Barta. And look at the chat now going on between the EF Education and Nikki Farmer.
Yeah, so talking, he said they need help. We need help from you. You need to protect your podium. That's exactly what they need to do. And that's why they're asking Equipe Farmer to come up and contribute more to this chase. It's not all panic stations, but it is. The team that are in more trouble is actually Equipe Farmer, so it's actually up to them to protect third place. EF Education Easy Post. They've got a little bit more sliding room. They still have a minute from this point. If it went over 2 minutes 15, then they lose general classification. But they're doing the right thing. They go to Equipe Farmer and say, you need to help us. It's now at the point where they are actually losing that general classification place. Third place for Equipe Farmer, and that's Pablo Castrillo. At the moment, Arietta, Yuskatel Escadi moved himself provisionally at the moment onto a podium place.
That was such a rare insight that we got there from TJ Van Garderen, and how the DSs communicate in the convoy behind. It's not something that you get to see very often. We
don't get to see it at all, hardly anything, and it really does go on very often. There's always teams talking to each other. And as a DS, you're looking in your mirror to see which teams are actually speaking to each other. Are they just mates? They're having a chat, or are they trying to make a deal? At this point, it is definitely all about making a deal. It's a very strong breakaway. They need Equipe Farmer need to move themselves to the front, and they need to contribute with EF Education Easy Post.
I always found in the convoy behind, if your mates come past in a different team and they're like, got any cold Coca-Cola in there, or have you got any of this, or have you got any of that? What have you got? And you used to swap between the cars. If you had some spare stuff that you've been lucky enough to stock up on that they might have run out of, and you'd be like, oh yeah, we got some of that, and hand a few things over that they might need as well. It's life on the road, isn't it? You get used to it, and you being a director sportif now as well. It's learning, and keeping each other going. And you find when you come to different parts of the world, especially when some teams come to Asia, and you're completely out of your norm and having everything that you would normally have as a team. You do bandy together a little bit more, don't you? And you really do sort of help each other even more.
Yeah, you help each other out. You're all in it together. You don't have the same buses and everything else that you have in mainland Europe. You have to look after each other.
Then you'll see the mechanics as well, because it might be a team's lost broken a
tools.
sprocket on a bike, or they need they've run out of chains or something like that, and another team might have brought a lot more chains or that kind of thing as well. You'll see that kind of work going on as well, won't you, after the stages?
Yeah, even tools. If someone's might not have brought the right, or the toolbox has been lost. You fly around the world, sometimes unfortunately baggage does go missing, so you have to borrow some stuff where you need to.
And there might be an odd occasion where something goes wrong with a bike, and the tool that you would have at the service course isn't a tool that you would normally travel with, and it's whether it's finding it within another team or one of the local mechanics knowing that there's an engineering shop here, or there's a garage there, or there's a bike shop here that might be able to help. There's Sharon on the left in the blue from Terengganu, talking about all the management and the social media, and she's been a real integral part of Terengganu for years, Sharon Lau, and she does a great job with all the social media and sponsorship and management, and she's been such a really important part of Terengganu for as long as I've known Terengganu. Sharon Lau has been there as part of that team. So good to see her out there at the feed. Our breakaway, Gleb Saritsa, looking for his Swanee. It's a fast road to hand up a musette as well, isn't it?
Well, it's very fast. They did well there.
And that's why that's why the Swanees tie the big knots in the top of the musette.
Yeah, so it doesn't swing too much. A bit of a knot. It gets that they're closer together than the strap, so you can actually grab it with one hand if you're trying to hold it.
And it kind of slides down as well, doesn't it? And the knot helps hold it in your hand rather than just grabbing it at speed like that, and it just end up just dropping it.
Yeah.
The Keeper Kern Farmer are up towards the front, so TJ Van Garderen and the Keeper Kern Farmer. DS is behind, having a little chat now. Keeper are up there to defend for their third spot on the general classification. Minute and 85 kilometres to go. So if you are just joining us, the reason our breakaway not being given too much of an advantage is that number 76 from Euskaltel Chomin Juaristi Arieta is 11th overall at 2 minutes and 14 seconds. So just knocking on the door of that top 10 anyway. The top 10 going into today, Simon Carr of EF Education Easy Post leading teammate Alexander Cepeda by 49 seconds. The man whose position is under threat is Pablo Castrillo, who's third overall at 58 seconds. John Bao, company of Euskaltel Euskadi, is fourth at 1 minute and 7. Vadim Pronsky of Astana in fifth. Poor double sixth at 1 minute 29. Adne van Engelen, Jon Aguirre and Joachim Mugelde. And Harold Lopez, the top 10. So causing the stress, you would say, this man here. But good move, though. Big respect to him for sneaking into the break on the final stage.
Yeah, and Just going through the other teams that could be in danger of losing their classification places, top 10. You look through 2 riders from Astana, Kazakhstan. Of course, Saritsa is in that move. Kern Farmer could be losing 3rd place. Then Paul Double, Human Powered Health, down in 6th place, 1 minute 29 down. And the other team that aren't represented in the breakaway, that have a rider that will be losing a place on general classification, is Ande van Engelen, Rougai Online.
We're off for a short commercial break. See you in a few minutes.
To achieve big goals, to bring new possibilities, partnerships and collaborations are imperative. With the focus of people, planet, and profit, together with our partners, we are amplifying our efforts to reduce carbon emissions in our downstream operations. To strike a balance between business goals and environmental needs, at the same time recognizing and addressing the plastic waste and pollution in the economy. One of downstream subsidiaries, Petronas Chemicals Group, is committed shifting the industry towards a circular economy approach, better known as New Plastics Economy.
Thanks to technology and collaborations, this will not become a mere figment of imagination, but soon will be a reality for us. Working with a global player, we are currently looking at the possibility of building a chemical recycling plant, creating enterprise value in energy transitions such as sustainable fuel and cleaner forms of energy for mobility. It is up to us to make our planet a better place, one that we will be proud to leave behind for the future generation. It is our hope to inspire change, and together we will forge ahead towards a greener tomorrow. This is my pledge to the organization.
This is our pledge to you.
They say the soul never changes. It's the one thing that stays constant. While what we see around us may change and grow, the feeling of where it came will always stay the same. Guiding us to make us who we are. What we are and where we go. And where I'm from, we go forward. So come, we have much more to share. Malaysia, truly Asia. Malaysia, truly Asia.
No matter how far you go, there's always Petronas Premix 95 with Pro Drive to make your journey smoother. Petronas Premix 95 with Pro Drive, Malaysians' favorite fuel.
Welcome back to the 8th final stage. Tour de Langkawi. 1 minute is your time gap with 77 kilometres to go. EF Education East Coast to keep a Klang Farmer on the front. Martin McDonald and John Mould with you to take you through our 8th and final stage in the car with Tarangani Polygon. They have riders in the breakaway grid. They also have plenty of options for the bunch sprint today.
How many more water? Sorry? How many more bottles? You want more? One more? Nobody
More?
Yeah, take as many as you possibly can. Look like Johan Myers, the experienced Dutchman who rides for Tarragona Polygon cycling team. He's back at the car, picking up a big order for all the riders.
They kind of down the group. You want a gel? What have we got here? Oh dear, Masaki Yamamoto, unfortunately he's gone down. Ouch. Oh, it's good to see he's up. He's up. It looks like he's gone down fairly heavily though, unfortunately, the national champion of Japan. Looks like he might be calling it a day here on the final stage.
It looked like it could have just been just after that feed zone or within the feed zone. They are moving at a really high speed, so one little mistake, bit of loss of concentration. Even just a simple hit a pothole and you go down or clip a wheel. Not the way you want to finish the final day.
Yeah, I mean, he's been such an interesting rider to watch this week, though, isn't he, Yamamoto?
Yeah. So on the final 2 days as well, constantly on the attack. Yeah, a real big shame to finish the race like that. Hopefully, though, he did look okay. It looked a lot more like road rash and taking a lot of skin off, but it didn't look like there was any too many serious injuries. Nothing broken. He will have to go checked over.
Yeah, it looked like he'd cut his face and things a little bit. And we do have a lot of concussion protocols and things now, understandably and importantly, in place now.
Yeah, it's something across the cycling world actually really needs to. Yeah, all sport actually trying to understand the concussion and what we can do to help riders or athletes recover after a concussion. So hard to judge, obviously. It's not like a broken bone where it's healed, or and symptoms can seem to go away and then they flare up again. Yeah, it's a difficult one because to the UCI rules with following the car, using your own team car to get back to the peloton. Let's say a concussion protocol takes 5 minutes at the side of the road, how do you then expect a rider to get back to the peloton without being helped or aided by his team car? Because then if you do that, you get disqualified. So and with things like that, when it's a concussion or something, at least we can do an actual genuine test on the rider, and then be able fairly as well be able to tow them back to the peloton so they make it back. That's the only way I can see that it's fair doing it, because if you just don't allow people to use the car to get back, then no one's going to do a concussion protocol at the side of the road, because if you do it and you look after the health and well-being of the rider, they never get back to the race.
And that's the thing with cycling. If you're watching our coverage and watching our live stream and you're new to cycling, you have to finish every stage in order to continue. But does there become a point in cycling? And cycling it's always been, hasn't it, the toughest sport in the world, one of the toughest sports in the world, if not the toughest sport in the world. Especially you're riding hundreds and hundreds of kilometres every day. You have to finish to start the next day, and that is usually the case with riders. You crash, you jump up, you get back on your bike, you have to finish. And maybe is that a protocol, maybe is that a conversation that if a rider hits their head, if a rider goes down and you have to do the concussion protocol, is that then something, as you said, if you're going to be 5-10 minutes down, and if it's a rolling road closure, you can then be in open traffic as well behind races, and that happens from time to time. If your rider's gone down in a crash, they get up, they want to continue, and you then end up as a rider in a car, you're ending up in open traffic behind the race. So is that a point where we get to that is something that is a stipulation? If you hit your head, the concussion protocol takes place in the ambulance. If you're clear and you get in the ambulance and you drive and you stay with the race, and if you are fit to continue, then you are then taken ahead of the race and restarted, because safety, especially with head injuries, is paramount. This is something, within the sport, and we see it, and we cycling is a sport where as fans and enthusiasts, the riders are warriors. They get up, we see them, they'll come down and they're bandaged down on one whole side of the body the next day, and they fight and they battle, but surely with head injuries and that kind of thing, maybe that is the point where we have to say, okay, do you know what, if there is a suspected concussion or as a head injury, they go to the hospital, they get checked out. If they are cleared to continue, that is the only time where a rider can continue the next day, where they might have come down in a crash, because safety is paramount and health is paramount.
Yeah, it's a very difficult one. Rugby do it really well. They go off the field of play, have a concussion test, and a sub comes in and plays. It's easy for football and rugby to do that, as you only have 11 riders and rolling subs, and they have a free substitute in rugby for that point. You can't do that, unfortunately, in cycling. It doesn't work like that. It's just, some ways it's really hard, because a rider can get back up and feel absolutely fine, and the concussion, the issue comes half an hour later when the adrenaline's worn off, and that's when you start to feel lightheaded. It's a difficult one. Obviously, the other problem is to actually do concussion protocol properly. Every team and every rider needs to do a baseline test when they're not concussed. It doesn't work. Every athlete and every person around the world, their baseline is completely different. So one rider could not be able to walk in let's say that's not one of the tests, but say a simple one where you walk in a straight line. One person might not be able to do that, but that could be a sign of concussion. So they're told then, oh, you've got concussion, when they haven't. That's just them naturally. So every athlete needs to have a baseline. That baseline test is then given to the medical staff, and then they can be able, the independent medical staff could do the test.
So maybe we need to go along with the biological passport of cycling. You need a neurological passport that then has those baseline health levels. That, as you said, and then a team, wherever the team you go, you have your neurological passport, so that if you go down, you hit your melon on the ground, and looking after health while you're riding, but also mental health, physical health. This has got to be at the forefront of athlete well-being, hasn't it?
It has got it. It's a lot better. It's not perfect, but my main gripe in a way is if you're checking over a rider, you're in the convoy, you stop the car, and then you have to get that rider back to the peloton. If you can't help them as a director sportif, then you're not going to. You then have to rush them off the floor and make sure they then get up straight away, and you deal with it when they get back into the peloton, which is the wrong thing to do. Yeah, there's a lot of. We could talk for a long time. There's different issues and the different things that, and you obviously have a big conversation that layers on something else, and someone else comes up with different things. But yeah, the main point I think, my part would be that you need to be allowed to then help your rider back on after a crash without being fined or potentially disqualified, and then having a baseline for every single athlete. I remember way back in 2018 actually, Commonwealth Games, Luke Rowe, who rides for Ineos Grenadiers, he just finished Paris-Roubaix. He came down really hard in that actually, and then the Welsh sports doctor checked him over and said, oh well, you with concussion protocol you can't ride, you have to have 2 weeks off. And Luke's first answer was like, there isn't concussion protocol, this was 2018, it doesn't exist in cycling, it exists in rugby and football in some ways, but it doesn't exist. So I've flown all the way to Australia, I'm racing, doesn't matter if. And he did enough tests with him, but again, he'd never done a concussion protocol test with Luke previously, so the baseline, he had no idea where the baseline was. So actually that test is completely and utterly void, doesn't really mean anything. So the importance of having every rider having their own individual test and then having that record, exactly like I said, a neurological passport of as such.
There we go, we've opened that one up now.
I think we have.
Yeah.
Got me thinking anyway. I'll keep thinking about that one.
Yeah, we'll work on that one. 50 seconds is our gap with 69 kilometres to go. It's not really being given too much, and that is because of the presence of Chairman Arietta in the breakaway group for his categorised D, stealthily sneaking in there like a break ninja today, Arietta. It could have been a day that the breakaway could have gone all the way to the finish, but EF Education, Easy Post, and Equipo Current Farmer, wise to the man in orange. And that's, it shows as well, because there's no gifts in, we're used to, aren't we, if anyone's tuning in that maybe only watches the Tour de France and they ride into the finish on the final day and no one attacks and that kind of thing, but it doesn't happen in every other race.
No, of course, Tour de France 3 weeks racing, there's plenty of racing to be done in all that time before it. Today, not a procession into Kuala Lumpur. Maybe down to this man, number 76 on your screen now. I think if he wasn't there, and potentially another Euskadi D rider was, they're all quite high up on general classification actually, the whole team, but that could mean this breakaway could have had a chance of going and fighting for victory all the way.
The question here is, are we going to have a point in this where we get close to the finish if they're still on, because they're really driving. I mean, you look at Gleb Sarista coming through, look at the way that Simo Pello was driving through, that they get in towards the finish, they keep this gap at 50 seconds, they can let it go out to a minute and a half and leave the breakaway out there, because Astana know they could win the stage out of this group with Sarista. They don't have to chase. Cajareral have got Barter in there, they know they can win the stage, they haven't got to chase. We got Konishev in here, Alexander Konishev for Corotec Sella Italia. He's been up there in the sprints this week as well. So it's Ben Perry can sprint from Human Powered Health, and a day in the breakaway is quite a leveler, isn't it, in terms of your finishing sprint?
And in a way, I think if I was in that breakaway, I'd be trying to make sure I got rid of Arietta, of Euskadi. If they drop him and then you go off in like a counter-attacking move from this breakaway and attack from the breakaway, 4 riders, 5 riders working well together without Arietta, does that mean the peloton, they don't need to chase you? You're not a threat on GC. And Arietta, you can see riders, they worked really well together at the beginning of this breakaway, but now riders are slowly skipping turns, taking little rests where they can.
And what would be your plan in here? Wait, if it comes back to 30 seconds, then start jumping around and see if you can, as you said, get away from Arietta.
You'd want to be getting closer to the finish. This is still 66k to go. We still have 45 seconds, 40 seconds with 25k to go maybe. That's when you start trying to split this breakaway apart. Because at the moment you just have to be patient. You don't want to get too carried away too soon. Because realistically you could end up on your own, and 66k is a very long way to go.
Keeper Kern Farmer and EF Education Easy Post. Your team's working on the front. And a lot of discussion going on amongst Simon Carr's teammates. Sure, plenty of team orders coming over the radio for them. Back to our leaders, Shukri from the Malaysian national team. A couple of breakaways this week for the Malaysian. Giulia Masotto coming through for Corratec Sella Italia. Really little discussion from Ben Perry to Haristi Arietta. Maybe trying to persuade him that he's the reason why this breakaway is not being allowed to go clear. Luke Mudgeway moving up, number 46. Pelo trying to get everyone motivated back to the EF Education Easy Post team car. Cepeda just grabbing a musette from the team car. Just gonna service the teammates, plenty of bottles. Fill up with those. There's your shot of your breakaway and the peloton behind. Ben Perry just dropping back to the car for some bottles. Oh, just Zeelard now looking around, looking over the shoulder. You imagine that the DSs have let the breakaway know that the reason they're not being allowed to go is the man in orange, Chairman Haristi Arietta. The riders just handing off the bottles to the neutral service bikes as well. They all provide great service out on the road. Your breakaway group, Luke Mudgeway, Chairman Arietta, Mohamed Shukri, Simon Pelo, Ayman Zarif, Ben Perry, Davide Gabur, Gleb Sarista, Mikko Ziliard, Manuele Tarozzi, Alexander Konishev, Giulia Masotto and Thomas Barter is the group. And 62 kilometers to go. 38 seconds only is the time gap And if you're tuning in for the first time today, your highest placed rider in that breakaway group is Chomin Khwaristi Arieta, who's 11th overall at 2 minutes and 14 seconds. He is the reason why this peloton has been lined out like this ever since that breakaway went clear. They were initially given a decent gap until it settled and we got the nod and the numbers that who was in there. And the danger man for the podium positions of Equipo Kern Pharma, they've got their man Pablo Castrillo up there in third on general classification. He sits at 58 seconds behind Simon Carr, but Khwaristi Arieta threatening that podium position of Equipo Kern Pharma if he stays too far up the road. And we did have a really interesting shot inside the EF Education Easy Post team car of TJ van Garderen, the director sportif of EF, chatting with the DS of Equipo Kern Pharma in terms of help, getting some help in terms of defending the peloton to this breakaway group. Right, Shannon Yarawat there wearing number 134, jersey full of bottles for the teammates. Good for him that three of them are together. That makes or four of them are together. That makes bottle distribution all the more easy. And you just see his teammate there just giving him a little push while he gets all the bottles out of his jersey and gets everything organised for them. Ziad makes a little move here. We're starting to see a few attacks from our breakaway. A little bit of shake and bake going on here. Can they get away from the man in orange, from Euskaltel Euskadi? If the peloton see him come back, potentially they might just sit up and let this breakaway go, because there is no one else in this breakaway who is a danger to the general classification. The teams in here with multiple riders, the teams that here with likes of Green Project, Bardiani, like Corotec, Sella Italia, they can just go one after the other. Same with Tudor Pro, which is what they're doing now. And Simon Pello launches a huge move down the left-hand side of the road here. So Pello goes, Barter swings off, looks around. So Corotec said it's going to have to be up to Khwaristi Arieta here to do the chasing, potentially. And that's why he's getting an awful lot of grief from the rest of the breakaway group here. Got a feel for him. Just getting up there, getting in the break. Thought, you know what, break's going, I'll be in there. So it's two from Tudor Pro, Michael Ziad and Simon Pello, with Luke Mudgway, and it looks like Davide Gaburo. Can this four-rider group here go clear from the breakaway with the peloton in full flight? This would be a great scenario for Tudor Pro. They've got Arvid Decline in the group behind for a bunch sprint. They would feel that someone like Ziad out of a small group could be a great opportunity for Ziad to take stage. Mudgway's got a great finish. Davide Gaburo, the experienced man from the Green Project Bardiani CSF Faizan team. Behind them you can see it's the one rider from CSF who swings out. Corotec, Sella Italia have missed out on this one. It was quite a move there from Ziliard. Mudgway driving on. Is this the crack in the group that they wanted? You can see Tarozzi is straight on the man from Corotec, Sella Italia. The rest of the group looking around at Khwaristi Arieta. It's our king of the mountains, Simon Pello of Tudor Pro, driving on at the front. 27 seconds, 59 kilometres to go. Is this the point where the break splits and the gap is opening? Look at that. So the group is splitting. The breakaway is in 3. It's 27 seconds back to the peloton. It looks like these four are managing to go clear. We're going to have a little commercial break. Make sure you come back. This is really kicking off.
The aim of these targets is to drive action and efforts towards shaping a lower carbon ecosystem while ensuring long-term economic value creation and energy security.
It's a daunting challenge. We are intrinsically a hydrocarbon producer.
Petronas' immediate target is to peak our greenhouse gas emissions by 2024. And we also have a target to reduce methane emissions by 50% by 2025. And they're particularly potent as a greenhouse gas. We also have a midterm target for 2030. And that's reduce our global greenhouse gas emissions by 25%. And we want to achieve 30 to 40 gigawatts of renewable energy capacity.
With this pathway, we aim to accelerate our actions and progress towards net zero carbon emissions 2050, leveraging on innovation and technology across the entire group to reach our target.
They say the soul never changes. It's the one thing that stays constant. While what we see around us may change and grow, the feeling of where it came will always stay the same. Soul is life, guiding us to make us who we are. What we are and where we go. And where I'm from, we go forward. So come, we have much more to share. Malaysia, truly Asia. They say the soul never changes. While what we see around us may change and grow, the feeling of where it came will always stay the same. The soul is life, guiding us to make us who we are and where we go. And where I'm from, we go forward, while never forgetting from where we came. So come, we have much more to share. Malaysia, truly Asia.
Welcome back, stage 8 and the final day of Tour de Langkawi. Did have a group of 13 riders on the attack. One rider to watch in that breakaway was Arietta of Yuskatel Uskardi. And finally up front, the attacks have started. Just before we went away, a group of 4 been able to break that group of 13. They're currently 25 seconds ahead of the chasing riders behind. That is Simon Pelu, Mikel Zilard, Kaburo of Green Project Bariani, and the New Zealander on the front at the moment for Bolton Equities Black Spoke is Luke Mudgway. That gap now 1 minute and 4. It went down to 30 seconds to the front of the breakaway, to the peloton. But now these 4 No danger to any general classification. So is that an opportunity for these four to go all the way to the finish? Key point as well, 2 riders from Tudor Pro Cycling. That means their teammates won't ride for the hopes of Arvid Decline. Bolton Equities Black Spoke, they don't need to chase. Mudgeway's there, and of course Green Project Bardiani. So you look back at the peloton, EF Education Easy Post can take a bit of a relax. Possibly Astana Kazakhstan will need to bring this breakaway back now for the hopes of Gleb Syriza. Interesting. I just want to have a look back at the chasing group behind that and get a good idea of the situation on the road.
So for Green Project Bardiani, they've got one rider up here. Tarozzi's in the group behind. Tudor Pro, both riders flying the nest. Pelo, king of the mountains, one of the riders of the race in the polka dot jersey. But look at Mudgeway really driving this on. Luke Mudgeway, so compact on the bike is Mudgeway. And the experience of Gaburo, great to have in this breakaway along with Simon Pelot. So Michael's in this group. So Simon Pelot 30th at 8:10. His teammate Michael Zilliard is 82nd at 56.51. Davide Gaburo's 48th at 20 minutes and 7 seconds. And then for Bolton Equities Black Spoke, Luke Mudgeway's 97th at 1 hour and 3 minutes. So that's where they are on stage 8 in terms of general classification. So this can go, this breakaway, if they keep that group under control. They've now got 55 seconds to the chasers, and it looks like the peloton are closing up to that group behind. If you are just joining our coverage, welcome aboard. The reason our breakaway was not given too much rope was that Euskaltel Euskadi rider, Choman Khoristi Arieta, 11th overall at 2 minutes and 14 seconds. It meant that he was a threat in terms of general classification if they gave it too much, not only to all of the riders in the top 10 or the podium positions for the likes of Equipo Kern Farmer, but EF Education Easy Post not wanting to let him go too far up the road on the final stage of Tour de Langkawi. Our King of the Mountains looking resplendent in his polka dot jersey on his polka dot BMC bike. The mechanics have done a great job. His polka dots have got bigger as the week has gone on, and why not? It's a celebration of polka dots when you are the King of the Mountains. Let's go back to our chasing group. We've got 3 chasers here. We've got Ben Perry on the front for Human Powered Health. You have Alexander Konishev in this group in the centre of Corotec Sella Italia, and you've got Manuele Tarozzi of the Green Project Bardiani CSF Faisan team. Ben Perry getting clear, the car just coming up alongside the riders. Looks like they might be getting pulled out of the gap. Minute 14 to the peloton behind. We'll see if these chasers can find their way back up to the head of the race. It's going to be a tall order at this point. 50 kilometres to go in towards the finish in Kuala Lumpur. What would be your call now, John, with Khoristi Arieta? It looks like back into the bunch behind. Would you just then let this group go clear? No danger. Plenty of teams represented at the front.
For EF Education Easy Post and Equipo Kern Farmer now, they've done a lot of the work to bring this break back. They don't need to now. They just need to control things. Now you start looking to Astana, Kazakhstan. Syriza's been in that move. Has that taken too much out of him in the sprint? And then you look towards Human Powered Health, Caja Royale, maybe with the hopes for Daniel Babor. But some teams, it's not really, there's no pressure now on EF Education Easy Post. They don't actually need to bring this break back. So you do start to lean on the other sprinter rival teams, possibly Human Powered Health. And Astana, Kazakhstan, really. Those two will have to chase if they want to bring this break back.
Davide Gaburo is back to the team car, grabbing a nice pack just to put down the back of his jersey. Pello driving on here with his 24-year-old teammate, Michael Zilia. Zilia has done a great job in the lead out to Arvid Decline. Luke Mudgeway deciding to dispense with his mitts.
Yeah. I'd be confident with only 4 riders in the breakaway now. Should be quite safe with his mitts off. Always quite liked having your mitts on though, just in case there is an issue and you go down. But also in the sprint, if this stays away, you've still got a sprint for victory possibly at the end. Nice to have full grip, not have to worry about anything.
So the gap 1:14 from Luke Mudgeway. Davide Gaburo in the green and white and purple of Green Project Barniani CSF. Then your polka dot jersey of Simon Pello and his teammate in the black, Michael Zilia from the Netherlands. Mudgeway been in other breakaways this week. He's done a great job working for the team. And this is also an opportunity for someone like Luke Mudgeway. With this team now, the news that Alton Equities are pulling out as a sponsor and it will go down to being a continental team next year, there's also that opportunity for someone like Mudgeway to get a win here and potentially a team that might still have a spot open for next year on a Pro Conti or World Tour team might think, actually we'll take a punt on this guy.
Yeah, it's always an opportunity. Got to think of that. It's a massive shame, as you said. We've talked about it over the last couple of days as well. News being confirmed around 2 days ago now. Was talk of it, rumours. Hopefully they will still continue. Obviously down at continental level, not pro continental. Be a shame to lose them completely. There's always hope when they can stay at continental level. They can still race on the world stage in some races, not as many. But at least if it's still around, riders can still live their dream of racing throughout the world. And now we get our first glimpse of the peloton, and it is Astana who are now at the front. EF Education Easy Post, no need to ride, they can sit back.
And with Gleb Zarita being in the break, sometimes you think breakaway, and you have to be able to recover, regroup, and then kind of go again.
Yeah, and in a way it's just been as hard. He's been able to roll through in a big group of 13, so maybe it hasn't taken too much out of him. So he should be good for this bunch sprint.
Our breakaway of 4, have a minute 20. You're off for a little break. Come back soon.
To achieve big goals, to bring new possibilities, partnerships and collaborations are imperative. With the focus of people, planet, and profit, together with our partners, we are amplifying our efforts to reduce carbon emissions in our downstream operations. To strike a balance between business goals and environmental needs, at the same time recognizing and addressing the plastic waste and pollution in the economy. One of downstream subsidiaries, Petronas Chemicals Group, is committed shifting the industry towards a circular economy approach, better known as New Plastics Economy.
Thanks to technology and collaborations, this will not become a mere figment of imagination, but soon will be a reality for us. Working with a global player, we are currently looking at the possibility of building a chemical recycling plant. creating enterprise value in energy transitions such as sustainable fuel and cleaner forms of energy for mobility. It is up to us to make our planet a better place, one that we will be proud to leave behind for the future generation. It is our hope to inspire change, and together we will forge ahead towards a greener tomorrow. This is my pledge to the organization.
This is our pledge to you.
They say the soul never changes. It's the one thing that stays constant. While what we see around us may change and grow, the feeling of where it came will always stay the same. Is life, guiding us to make us who we are. What we are and where we go. And where I'm from, we go forward. So come, we have much more to share. Malaysia, truly Asia. Malaysia, truly Asia.
No matter how far you go, there's always Petronas Premix 95 with Pro Drive to make your journey smoother. Petronas Premix 95 with Pro Drive, Malaysians' favorite fuel.
Welcome back to stage 8 of the Tour de Langkawi. 42 kilometres to go. It's party time along the side. As you can see, everyone banging the drums. 156.5 kilometres today from Setia Alam to Kuala Lumpur. Your breakaway group of 4 riders now have 1 minute and 22 seconds over the peloton. No danger in the general classification. Simon Pelot on the front, the king of the mountains. For Tudor Pros team, Michael Ziliard right behind him. You've got Davide Gaburo of Green Project, Bardiani, CSF Faizan, and Luke Muchway of the Bolton Equities, a Black Spoke team. A large group of riders contained the Danger Man, Choman Juaristi Arieta. The peloton really not letting them get too much of an advantage. It's a flat day today. It is a day for the sprinters. EF Education, Easy Post have handed over to Astana on the front to do the lion's share of the work, and they're now looking at, they want to control this for a bunch sprint.
Yeah, all back together, that's what they want. Astana, Kazakhstan. Unfortunately, they could sit back when that group of 13 had got through. They had their big sprinter in the move. They'd have been sat there rubbing their hands together. Not anymore. To the front and off to work they go. They need to bring this break of 4 back.
And Simon Pello, I mean, what a week. I mean, we saw him early on working to keep things under control for a bunch sprint. We saw him on the Genting Highlands stage go off and secure that King of the Mountains, and now he's hunting for a stage win.
Yeah, the first 2 days as well, he was controlling the peloton for Arvid de Klein and the bunch sprint hopes. And then he ended up in that big move, secured his jersey with almost 4 stages to go. Now trying to fight for a stage victory himself.
Vladan Pronsky of Astana, Kazakhstan, in the white jersey, best Asian rider in the race. But they are using up riders early here, Astana.
Yeah, they have to. Pronsky, 5th overall, 1 minute and 15 down. They need him to contribute to the chase now. There's no time to sit back and not worry about your general classification place. It's really changed the dynamic. The gap is only 1 minute 22, so we always go through that rule, 1 minute to every 10 kilometres. There isn't those big lead outs, big sprint teams that really want to control things. So actually it's 4, and now 4 against 1 Astana rider on the front. EF Education Easy Post do not need to contribute. It's all down. They can just lean on the likes of Astana to try and bring this break back.
Yeah, happy days for them. They're quite content with how this has worked out here, and it kind of worked out how we said it might do here at the moment. 39 kilometers to go, minute and 18 seconds is the gap on a day where it could be a good day for a bunch sprint. It is the day for a breakaway. We haven't had a breakaway like this go all the way to the finish this week. Is this the day on the 8th and final stage where they manage to do it? Gaburo rolling through, the 30-year-old Italian. Pello just having a word as he goes through. Almost like he's pushing through too hard there. Look, he's just giving him the watch the gas pedal.
Or telling him to actually put the gas on. Ooh. It's interesting conversation there. Gaburo seems to be more keen just to roll through.
Yeah, it's either we're here and we're gassing it or we're not.
Yeah. Pello really is like a leader, a team captain across the board in the breakaways and within the team himself.
We're heading towards Paya Jaras, which is our intermediate sprint point, our final intermediate sprint of the day. Hello, welcome along. It's stage 8 of La Tour de Langkawi, the 27th edition of this race. Let's have a look back to stage 7 yesterday from Kuala to Selangor. And we had a breakaway group. It took a while to get things under control going into the first intermediate sprint. Unfortunately, Carlos Canal Blanco for Euskadi going down quite heavily. And unfortunately for the man from Euskadi had to retire from the race. Arvid Decline in the orange points jersey took the first sprint. Make sure he took the second sprint of the day, so adding another 3 points to that, ahead of George Jackson and Michael Valgren at the second sprint. Jamble Jap, Cyan Bayer taking off for Terengganu, along with Masaki Yamamoto of the team JCL Ukyo. They went through sprint 3, and taking that with Ivan Kobo of Equipo Cohen Farmer, sweeping up the 1 point behind. Yamamoto was not done. He was swept up before we came into the finish. Michael Ziad of Tudor Pro Cycling looking to lead out for Arvid Decline on his wheel. Sasha Vimas and Gleb Saritsa. As Arvid Decline opened it up, Saritsa went on his left. Vimas of Human Powderhouse going on his right. The 3 big sprinters of this year's race throwing the bikes at the line. The stage went to Vimas ahead of Decline. And Saritsa, Simon Carr keeps his lead overall.
And it's the most comfortable situation because you have 1-2 on GC, so even if anything happens, you're still winning.
Yeah, I think we have to be really unlucky today if we're not going to win. It's a nice day today, not much wind, and it's going to be a bunch sprint for sure. So hopefully we stay safe and we take the victory.
The 8th and final stage from Setia Alam to Kuala Lumpur today, 156.5 kilometres in length. 2 Cat 4 KOMs early on in the day. Our King of the Mountains already sewn up for Simon Pelo. 3 intermediate sprints along the route. The final one coming with 37.1 kilometres to go. It's a flat day. It should be a day for the sprinters. Thanks for your company. Martin McDonald and John Mould with you to take you through today's race action. And on the rollout, EF Education, Easy Post and Simon Carr taking a 49-second advantage over his teammate Alexander Cepeda into the stage. Pablo Castilla third at 58 seconds. It will be the first British winner of La Tour de Langkawi in its 27 editions. First intermediate sprint of the day. It's been a frantic start to the day. Xavi Azasi taking it ahead of Luca Covilli. He took the first KOM. On to the second one. And it was Polykronis Ozakis who took the 2 points at the top. Simon Pelo, though, the King of the Mountains, has had this title sewn up since day 5, but points mean prizes, and the Rujai online insurance team rider managed to take points. Multiple breakaways that we've had so far today before one finally stuck. Noah Ayman Rossley taking intermediate sprint. The breakaway had gone clear, but the danger man as we came towards the next intermediate sprint, and it was our Malaysian national team rider, Shukri, they take it ahead of Simon Pelo and Chomin Warisi. Chomin Warisi is the rider who is the danger man in that breakaway group. Everything has changed at the head of the race.
Malaysia,
what an 8 stages been here in beautiful Malaysia. And it has been a phenomenal edition of La Tour de Langkawi, and it has been an absolutely brutal day yet again. Super frantic. It's 30 degrees Celsius, just a 7-kilometre-an-hour wind for the riders to deal with. We have 4 riders at the head of the race, 34 kilometres to go. 1 minute and 35 seconds is your gap back from your breakaway group to the peloton behind. So it's EF Education, Easy Post who are on the fronts, and we have 4 riders at the head of the race. We have Simon Pelo of Tudor Pro Cycling along with his teammate Mikael Zilard. We have Davide Gaburo of the Green Project Bardiani and Luke Mudgeway of Bolton Equities Black Spoke. We go back to the front of the peloton, and with EF Education Easy Post, Tudor Pro now getting up here with the orange jersey of Arvid de Klein, John, just to make sure that they've got it if this comes back.
Yeah, interestingly, no Astana Kazakhstan riding on the front anymore. Has Saritsa used too much in that breakaway he was earlier in? Because now there's attacks from the peloton. That's coming from Corotec Salitalia, being chased down by Tudor Pro Cycling. But these four looking more and more likely they could fight it out for victory from this group of four. Another gap is 1 minute 40 now with 32 kilometres to go. The chances that teams aren't organised back there. And it's Tudor Pro Cycling sat right behind EF Education Easy Post when we had that last view. They're not going to chase. They're very happy. 2 riders in a breakaway of 4. With a fast finisher in Zilard and a very experienced rider and proven winner. That's Simon Pilu, the King of the Mountains leader and winner.
So our breakaway riders, Davide Gaburo is 48th at 20 minutes and 7 seconds. Our 2 Tudor Pro riders, Simon Pello is 30th at 8 minutes and 10 seconds. Michael Ziliard is 82nd at 56.51. And Luke Mudgeway from Bolton Equities Black Spoke, he sits 97th on the general classification at 1 hour and 3. The gap has gone out to 1 minute and 53 seconds with 31 kilometres to go. It is up to Corotec Sella Italia, who sadly put 2 riders in that early break, so they made it in there. Unfortunately, when this kicked off, they weren't able to put someone in there.
Yeah, you wouldn't be happy if you're in the team car. 2 chances completely missed. 2 of you in that break, and look, Tudor Pro Cycling had 2 in that break as well, and they've got 2 in the leading group of 4. Green Project Bardiani had 2 riders. They got 1 rider now. But all that's going on, there's no cohesive chase behind. This is Cala Royale trying to bring things down. And of course, Bolton Equities Black Spoke come to the front. They follow that attack. And it accelerates. You go really fast for a short period of time, but then you slow down. And this hesitation that's happening at the moment, it's looking good for those 4 riders in that breakaway. EF Education Easy Post, they're just tapping along at a controlled rhythm. They have no need to really accelerate and bring this break back now. So Tudor Pro Cycling and Bolton Equities Black Spoke are doing the perfect team job. They just follow those attacks, those accelerations, and shut them down. And that might give their teammates in the breakaway a chance to fight for victory. See the effort Pello is putting in though. Really giving everything. He would be more likely to sacrifice his chances of victory to try and make sure this group stays away. He's got to do the big turns. He knows Zilard will be a fast finisher, probably the fastest in this group. It might be really advantageous for this breakaway that there's 2 Tudor Pro Cycling riders really willing to make sure this group stays away. But now all spraying water of themselves, trying to keep cool.
It is a warm day. Davide Gaburo is cooling himself down. Luke Mudgeway here, the 27-year-old New Zealander. Had a busy old season as Luke Mudgeway with that Bolton Equities Black Spoke team. Had some few wins in his career, nothing at this level. He's won one of my favourite races, the gravel and tar race in New Zealand, and it's a bit like New Zealand's version of Metro Lyon or the Cycle Classic that we have in the UK. I managed to catch, as we do when you're not commentating a bike race, you always try and find one, and I managed to catch it live and watch it. So it was he's won that in his career. He's won stages of New Zealand Cycle Classic, stage of Tour of China too, but nothing to the level of Tour de Langkawi for Mudgeway. So there's a couple riders in here. I mean, Michael Zeliard, when you look at his wins, he's had a couple wins in Czechia. He's had a win in the Olympias Tour last year. So it could be a sort of big career first for the man in black there, wearing 36.
Yeah, Zeliard came through some really big, some of the best under-23 development teams in the world actually. Hagens, Burmans, Axion, and then Seg Racing. So one for the future. Still only 24 years old. He's one to watch for the future. He's been doing some brilliant lead outs for Decline, but when he gets an opportunity to try and take victory for himself, this is where you take those opportunities when they come along. Now a minute 55. Oof, we're getting closer to that magic 2 minutes gap with 20k to go, or a minute with 10k to go.
And their gap is going out. That's the most important part of this at the moment. The advantage is very much with our 4-rider breakaway.
And it's a difficult one because you look towards there's teams like Astana Kazakhstan or Kaja Royale who would be trying to lead out Thomas Barter, but 8 days into a stage race, the fatigue levels are very high for these big sprinters. Saritsa, remember, was in that group of 13 that these 4 attacked from. Does that mean he's thinking, my legs aren't there, don't ride for me? And it does really help the situation in some ways for these 4 that Babor has already picked up stage victory, Saritsa has already taken stage victory, and of course Sasha Vimais, who was so close for many days, won the stage yesterday. Does it mean he's quite happy if it all come out with success? So what team really is going to commit and ride on the front? We talked about Sasha Vimais of Human Powered Health. It is his teammate now has moved to the front, but only with 1 rider. Have to be some chase. 1 rider against 4 who are really working well together. And they're behind the EF Education, Easy Post Train, is Tudor Pro Cycling and Black Spoke Bolton Equities in the prime position to shut down any counter-attacks.
Just keeping the pace on the front, Adam de Vos, winner of a stage here in Malaysia, the 155, and to go 4 against 1, you can see how Simon Pello is constantly just attacking every rise, every possibility here for the Tudor Pro rider to get as much of an advantage for this group as they can. Davide Gaburo here for Green Project Bardiani. If he managed to win the stage here, this would be his biggest win as a pro. I mean, he's won GP Alanya in Turkey, he's had Italian Cup races, he's one of those riders that's kind of been there and thereabouts for many years, hasn't he? He's always aggressive, always on the attack, but doesn't quite have the victories that you would expect for someone like Gaburo. So it's a big opportunity for him today as well to pick up a win.
It is. Picked up 2nd place at the Giro d'Italia last year after a long day in the breakaway. He was unfortunately beat by Thomas de Gent, so no slouch, no real reason to feel bad, but of course he'll want to lift his arms in the air and take victory here today. 25k to go, still 1 minute 55. These 4 are working well together. It's been a hard, long day out for them really, even though it was a group of 13. It was a hard chase from behind, so they had to work to hold the gap they had. my mind, my thought of it, Pelu is definitely more committed. He's doing longer turns than the other 3 riders. He might be key to keeping this breakaway clear.
And if he can get the lead out for Ziliard, who's been leading out for Arvid de Klein, and Ziliard in the lead outs in this race, with this team growing, he's just been, for someone that as well at 24 is that sort of inbuilt ability as a lead out rider to just be that final lead out man for Arvid de Klein.
And you can tell actually he is soft tapping, because Mudgway came alongside him and had a little word, and then as he came back, Pelu had a little word as well. He has to be careful, even though he has a teammate, he needs to just contribute the same as Mudgway or Gaburo, just to keep them happy. If he starts sitting on and playing that game too early, then it could spell disaster, because the riders won't just want to start riding because they know how fast Ziliard is. It's just constantly managing your breakaway rivals, constantly thinking about how you can get one up on them, how you can actually beat them. DS in the car, you're really asking the questions, how are you going to actually win? And the riders always need to be thinking about this. You can't just think, oh, I'm good here, I'm in a group of 4, we could go all the way to the finish. In my opinion, it doesn't matter if you get 4th from a group of 4, that's worse than trying to lead out one of your teammates in the peloton. You need to figure out how you can, or at least try, give everything you can to going for victory. And if it doesn't come off, then that's okay. At least you come in with a plan. You tried to do what you thought would allow you to take the win.
Human Powered Health have put 3 riders on the front as the gap goes over 2 minutes. 2 minutes and 12 now from our breakaway. This is about the bunch sprint now. None of these riders are a danger to EF Education Easy Post's Simon Carr for the general classification. This is all about the bunch sprint. Sasha Vimas, the winner of the stage yesterday for Human Powered Health. It is 4 against 3. Gaburo just dropping back to the team car. Luke Mudgway just having to slot into the gap there, and you just saw there that sort of unexpected. He was expecting to drop back down 3 riders. Instead he had to drop down and drop in behind 2. It meant just a little bit of acceleration. Look at the pressure of the peloton. It's been eye-watering today. I mean, if you've been at the back of that peloton today, you've just been getting slung around all day.
Yeah, the pace has really gone up with that chase. Mudgway now going back for bottles. And it is that man, Simon Pelu, who drives this breakaway. Look at that, completely lined out now. Human Powered Health trying their best to bring this breakaway back. Really needed to. Maybe they could have done it earlier, as soon as Ben Perry was caught. There's always a waiting out process. Stana started riding now. Caja Royale joined them at the front.
And they've properly joined them here, haven't they?
Yeah, it feels like, in a way, it's looked like a bit of an attack, but they know they need to bring it back as soon as possible. Touch and go really is now getting closer to 20k to go, and with 2 minutes 25.
It looked like, unfortunately, that Joachim Mergel there got up, brought the team up,
and then has gone
and
backwards.
He's gone all the way back down through the group here.
He could be the man, actually, though, to look after Babor. We know Barter was in the breakaway, so maybe they've sacrificed Barter to chase the breakaway down. And then, of course, they swapped the lead-out man. It's the only thing I'm thinking of. He's made a big effort to get their Caja Royale riders to the front, and he can slip back.
What a great stage we've had so far. Stage 8 of La Tour de Langkawi. If you're just tuning in today, welcome aboard. We're heading towards the final 20 kilometres of today's stage. And our breakaway group holding 2 minutes and 25 seconds and have been gaining all the way since leaving that breakaway group of 13 riders. They had a danger man in there of Choman Arietta of the Euskaltel-Euskadi team. They managed to go clear. No riders any threat on the general classification. And we're heading towards Kuala Lumpur, which is an incredible city, part of beautiful Malaysia here. If you've never been here, come and visit. It's a great part of the world and a great race that we have had that really has showcased the beauties of Malaysia as a nation. The scenery, the food, the culture, the people, a real reason why you want to come and join us here in Malaysia. Our breakaway group, 20k to go, 2:25. Simo Pello, Davide Gaburo, Michael Zeeland and Luke Mudgway, 2:25. It's looking good for the breakaway. We haven't had a breakaway go all the way to the finish yet in this year's Tour de Langkawi. Will it happen today on the 8th and final stage? If you haven't been with us so far in the race, Arvid de Klein taking the win on day 1 ahead of Sasha Vimas and Gleb Syriza in a bunch sprint. It was advantage back to Astana on day 2 as Gleb Syriza took the stage ahead of Arvid de Klein, with Enrico Zanoncello of the Green Project Bardiani getting up there in 3rd spot. It was the turn of the New Zealander from Bolton Equities Black Spoke, George Jackson, on stage 3 ahead of Enrico Zanoncello, with Carlos Canal Blanco in 3rd spot. On to day 4, another winner, Daniel Babor of Caja Rural, ahead of George Jackson and Sasha Vimas of Human Powered Health. To the Genting Highlands, the iconic Genting Highlands here in Malaysia, and such a part, an historic part of the Tour de Langkawi over the years, the absolute behemoth of a mountain that is Genting Highlands. And Simon Carr taking the stage for EF Education. Easy pose ahead of teammate Alexander Cepeda, with Pablo Castrillo in 3rd spot for Equipo Kern Farmer. Stage 6, it was the turn of the sprinters. Again, swinging back for them. Arvid de Klein taking it ahead of Sasha Vimas and Gleb Syriza. And then yesterday, it was Vimas who managed to edge out de Klein and Syriza in the throw to the line for Human Powered Health. Hence why they're up here and working for them. Both Caja Rural and Human Powered Health stage wins in this year's race. Can they do it today? Can they get this breakaway back? But they are putting some holes in the gap to the leaders. 1 minute and 40 seconds is the time gap. It is going to take, though, John, the combined might of a couple of teams like this to bring this one back.
Yeah, finally they have got themselves to the front. And the gap, since they've started, is coming down. It comes down quite quick. We have to remember the fatigue in these 4 leaders' legs now. Notice Zeeland is just starting to follow and sit on. I think all 4 of them really need to work together to contribute to try and stay away. I know Zeeland is thinking about the finish, but he's not at the finish yet. The one other thing you can see, the break and the gap comes down really fast at that first 20-30 seconds. It's really easy when you first get to the front of the peloton to really open up the taps, but as soon as you've ridden for 10-15 kilometers, then the legs and the pace comes out of the chase. So it's easy to bring it back that first minute, but that second minute is going to be a lot more difficult. We've got a lot of numbers there though. 3 for Human Powered Health, I think 2 from Caja Royale.
And in terms of our running today, big wide roads, not super technical today, would you say?
Yeah, it's a pretty simple one. Wide roads, similar to what we're on now. The final 4 kilometers goes down to 2 lanes. In places it comes back out to 3, but it's completely wide enough. Straight. The final right-hander is just before 4 kilometers to go. And then it does have a little bit of a twist and turn in the final 1 kilometre. But if there's a big lead out, all it'll do, the peloton will just straight line those twists and turns. They're not tight ones, but that does mean positioning will be key. You need to be at the front so you're not then squeezed on the right hand side of the road or squeezed on the left hand side of the road. You want to be in a good position. If you have a few lead out riders in front of you, key to be in front through there. But actually generally, yesterday we had a very technical run in, but today pretty simple enough. Get to the front, be ready, and if you're ready to do a lead out, hit it late. In my opinion, in the final kilometre, Casual Royale did it perfectly. Sit back when Babor won, and then they went. That's exactly what the teams need to do today. It is forecast to be a slight headwind, around 5 kilometres for the final 4 kilometres of racing. 5 kilometres an hour wind, that is. But we are in the city, right in the centre of Kuala Lumpur, and with that a lot of swirling winds and changeable winds through the buildings. So sometimes it's forecast as a headwind, then you get to one section and it's a tailwind, and then you literally go to the next block, let's say, and you're in behind another set of buildings that make it a headwind.
Our breakaway, 1:15 now with 16 kilometres to go. With 10k to go, where in your head as a breakaway do you want? Ooh, what was that? Was that the top of the pannier of the whiteboard bike? Unfortunately, that fell off there. Peloton are going to need to watch that. It was like a heavy sort of plastic top that just kind of got knocked there, unfortunately. It's not. Mudgeweight just having a little word there as they went through. Got to celebrate your leopard onesie when you're out there. It's normally a tiger onesie here in Malaysia. It's the Malaysian. It's the tiger in Malaysia. Maybe they were all out of tiger onesies, and we had to go leopard today instead.
You did well recognising what animal it was off the onesie. I'm quite impressed that quickly.
Just call me the Attenborough cycling and onesies, maybe.
The Attenborough, David Attenborough of cycling fans dressed as animals.
Well, we did have dinosaurs and unicorn discussions the other day as well. We're normally good at spotting our other creatures out on the road. 55 seconds though with 15k to go. It looks like it's swinging back in favour of the peloton, and for Capital Rurale and Human Powered Health, and now Astana joining the chase, and it's Harold Martin Lopez that is on the front here for Astana. So Gleb Tsaritsa clearly is feeling that his legs have recovered in this one.
All I think it's doing though, actually, Tudor Pro Cycling, they're set here, really are. 2 riders in the breakaway, they haven't had to contribute to anything. Maybe, yeah, they've lost the best lead out man they have with Michael Zielard, but the class of Arvid de Klein, he's had a bit of a free ride in some ways. It's been a very fast day, can't deny that, but he's looking good, and Tudor Pro Cycling looking in a very good place. Either 2 in the breakaway if it stays away, or they set up to Klein for that bunch sprint. You can see Gaburo, he's either struggling or not willing to ride now. It's an interesting one, of course. Green Project Bardiani, a team without stage victory yet. They've got Zanincello, their fast man.
We're also seeing Terangani getting up there in that chase. So Harif Saleh, has he ridden through this race and recovered to potentially challenge for a stage win today? But Caja Rural it is now up to them. So it's Categorised and Terengganu, but the rest of the teams, Astana, Human Powered Health, have now gone. So this is danger point for the peloton, because if Human Powered Health and Astana have gone, right, 45 seconds, we've got them now, then if it's down to these two, and that's it, job done. So Categorised are down to one rider. We've got one rider now for Terengganu. The gap's still sitting at 45 seconds with 13k to go. If the breakaway hit the gas now, this is crunch time for them, while there's only two riders on the front of the bunch. If they can do that, which is what Simon Pello is doing, then they could take this away.
It's good. Simon Pello he's working so well. Zilad just needs to contribute as well. They need to keep 4 riders chipping off. I know he has a teammate there, but he needs to, in my opinion, just to roll through. Even if you do a shorter turn than the other riders, you give the recovery to your breakaway companions. Now it's splitting. I don't know whether he's done a turn and not realised that he's dropped the riders behind. I think that was exactly what he'd done. He flicked his elbow. No one's there to come through. And it's Coritex Selitalia who have to close that gap down. And the same thing's going to happen again. 2 Astana Kazakhstan riders in the chase. This isn't the good way of bringing this breakaway back. This is very good. Very good news for the breakaway.
Back to the front, Simon Pello goes off in search of a stage win. The man who has been, you've got to say, one of the most exciting riders in the race so far. The Swiss man in the King of the Mountains jersey has now decided it's time to go alone. 12 kilometres to go now to the finish, and look at the power and the pressure from Simon Pello. We saw Luke Mudgeway trying to get on Mudgeway and bringing Ziad back up with him. Gaburo is still there. So our breakaway are just starting to attack each other, just as the peloton are doing the same.
It was a good attack, but I think that starts to spell the end for the breakaway. Once they start not riding together, why would you, as Mudgeway or Gabulo, now really be committed to riding through? Because you know Pello's just going to attack you. They need to start working together again. And you can see now, Pello's gone, pointing at Gabulo, you chase. And Gabulo says, I don't need to, I have a sprinter in the peloton.
Because it was that was the crunch point, because if they had been still working when that peloton spread across the road, they might have been able to give themselves another 10 seconds, maybe another enough just to try and go to the finish. Gaburo not contributing. Mudgeway looked around at him. Ziad is happy for his teammate to ride up the road here.
And it's frustrating for Mudgeway, completely frustrating for Mudgeway, but you can't just get frustrated and have a go at someone. You need to just take the race within your own hands. You need to just ignore the fact that he is sat on. You have to win the race. So give yourself that opportunity to follow, try and follow the attacks from Pello and go with them. You can see Tudor Pro Cycling waving the bike to move out of the way.
Yes,
I always
right in front of the peloton.
It's always right in front of him, but it's always funny. He wasn't complaining all the other days when it sat there for 7 days when they were riding for a break, for a bunch sprint for decline. But when the shoe's on the other foot, suddenly it doesn't fit.
So it's Human Powered Health that are on the front here for Sasha Vimas, along with Coritex Selitalia. Not quite sure they've had the firepower in the sprints this week. They're kind of playing into the hands of Arvid Decline, Coritex Selitalia, in terms of bringing this one back. Cajarodal, we're going to come back up here and contribute. So Coritex Selitalia swing off. Cajarodal come through. There's not the consistency here. Simon Pello, can he add a stage win? It's going to be a tall order with 10k to go, but he's holding 36 seconds. His team are not going to contribute to the chase. 8 career victories for him, but We're looking probably 7 real pro wins that he's had in his career. Won the Tour de Bretagne overall this season, did Simon Pello. King of the Mountains in this race. He's on that polka dot bike. And the peloton, they're saying, right behind him. Does look like he's still holding a bit of an advantage here, the Tudor Pro man.
I think that gap is a little bit bigger than 7 seconds. They wouldn't be chasing so hard if it was 7 seconds in that peloton. 9 kilometres to go. Tudor Pro Cycling are doing a brilliant job. They've moved themselves up towards the front of the group just to try and disrupt the chase.
Here's our chasers.
Here's the chasers. Mudgeway isn't happy with Gaburdo.
So shake of the head by Luke Mudgeway. So 2 are caught. They swing off. And the danger here is that the riders at the front are not 100% aware of the makeup of the breakaway and think that they've got it all back. But Categorised going all in on the chase here.
They should know. They all have race radios in this pro race, so there's no excuse. They definitely will know that Palu is still up the road. Zilard is coming across to him.
Look at this, Tudor Pro going all in with 2 riders here with 8k to go. Zilard coming across to his teammate. We saw Mudgeway and Gaburo getting caught. This is going to be a 2-up team time trial between the 2 Tudor Pro riders and the peloton behind. 25 seconds they're being shown here. Pello can't let up at all. Zilard's got to ride right to his teammate, because if they let up at all, it'll be game over. So it's Tudor Pro against the rest.
You can see the peloton behind though. It's interesting what's going to happen. Who do they commit for? They probably ride for Zilard. Pello, great teammate already. We've seen him at this race. But does he now just do as long as he can? Maybe to 4 kilometres to go, 3 kilometres to go. Try and hold the peloton off. And Zilard can then go for one final attack. But look, they're not working that well together. Yeah, it's good that you've been able to do a big turn. But all it means, you now have to sit up and wait for the peloton to come back to you. You're losing 1 or 2 seconds here to the breakaway. Everyone is on their last limit. You have to be honest. You have to remember it's day 8. Maybe the heat is taking a lot out of them now.
The riders swinging off. They've got steam coming out of their ears. They're working that hard on the front. Ben Perry back on the front. Corratec Sella Italia. Attila Viviani has been up there in the top 10. Not quite challenging for the wins with the likes of Arvid Klein, Sasha Bimas, Gleb Tsaritsa, and Daniel Babor in this race. So they're throwing a lot into the chase of Corratec Sella Italia. 7 kilometres to go. You can see the city of Kuala Lumpur just rising up in front of the riders. Bit of a chat between Zilard and Pello here, and Pello just opening a little half metre over his teammate here. We've got a big sort of sweeping right-hander with about 4k to go, but it is all wide straight roads like this all the way in to the finish. And it's back to the bunch, and it's Categorised still on the front here. Corratec Sella Italia, Equipo Kern Farmer, all up towards the front. Terenganu are there, Green Project Bardiani. Enrico Zanoncello is their sprinter. It's 2 against 2 because Tudor Pro Cycling are the team right behind, and this peloton playing right into the hands of the Swiss team. If this comes back, they still have Arvid Klein ready to pounce and take that bunch sprint.
We've got Klein waiting in that peloton. Another team who we haven't seen need to contribute to the chase was Bolton Equities Black Spoke. Are they looking after the hopes of British rider Matt Bostock? He's been there or thereabouts, 4th place yesterday. Could it be the final day these two now working together, everything they've got left. Come off the main highway. I'm getting closer and closer to this finish now. One final right-hand corner with 4k to go. I've just got a glimpse there. The peloton looked like they might have done enough to bring that breakaway back.
5 kilometres to go, and it is Amiral Fakhruddin Mizuki on the front for Terengganu. Is it the day that Harif Saleh finds the legs and adds to his already 3 stage wins for Malaysia in his home tour? Youssef Ragigi has also been sprinting well in this race, but when you get to this point, they see that breakaway duo just ahead of them, and they're trying to bring it all back up under control, and it looks like the white jersey of Pronsky of Astana. This is our final turn that we line up here with 4k to go, and it's the big man from Kakarurao that comes through to the front to lead out. It's game over. It's now a bunch sprint. Hats off to Michael Zillard and Simon Pello. They were the last men standing from the breakaway group. We will then exit out of that turn onto the big wide road and start to run up towards the finish. So the sprinters teams, it's time to get themselves sorted, and you can see Bolton Equities Black Spoke now coming up. Matt Bostock sprinting well yesterday for the Bolton Equities Black Spoke team, up there in 4th, so just off the podium for them. Gleb Saritsa from Astana right up there. Kakarurao looking to try and lead this one out for Daniel Babor.
Bolton Equities Black Spoke, they move themselves up to the front. Losing the riders though, they need to make sure they're all together. Don't want to be swamped. Gleb Saritsa is there as well. He will do it all on his own. He's found Babor's wheel. His teammates have brought the breakaway back. Now it's all up to him to surf the wheels.
And we know Saritsa can do that. The Kazakhstan rider is a great lead-out trained surfer. Just needs to be brought up, dropped off, and he can do the rest. He's just been jumping off the lead-outs of Tudor Pro and Human Powered Health, whereas Sasha Vimas, his teammates, all used up in that chase as well. Bolton Equities Black Spoke just need to keep the tempo up here, try and keep their riders in front of their sprinter for as long as possible. Here comes the orange jersey of Arva Decline. That lead out, you would say today, a little bit depleted after that breakaway of Simon Pello and his usual final lead out man of Michael Zillard. But is Zillard able to just give him another turn here? It is still Bolton Equities Black Spoke as Kakarurao come up on the left, looking to try and deliver Daniel Babor to his 2nd stage win of La Tour de Langkawi. We're running into the finish now in Kuala Lumpur.
Bolton Equities need to get together. You see now, finally they've joined back together. They'd let Tudor Pro Cycling and Decline in the middle of their lead-out train. Don't give them a free ride. Get together. Bolton Equities Black Spoke look after Jackson and Bostock. 2k to go. This is the time. They've been hitting the front quite early on previous stages, but today, have they timed it perfectly on this final day?
So we're through the crunch point. It is a first British win overall in La Tour de Langkawi for Simon Carr and EF Education Easy Post. It is all about the bunch sprint now. As you see, the Human Powered Health team trying to bring up Sasha Vimas is right behind Gijs van Hoek. Bolton Equities Black Spoke, how many riders do they have left now in this final lead out? They're looking to try and just keep control over the front of the peloton for as long as possible. Tudor Pro up towards the front. Here come Human Powered Health in those orange and purple jerseys. We're looking for now the Flamme Rouge across the road. Saritsa though is still poised and ready there in that light blue jersey for Astana. Here come Hen Zhang through towards the front. We're running up towards the finish, looking for that Flamme Rouge. Chaotic towards the front.
Here they are through 1 kilometres to go. 3 lanes wide. It's Human Powered Health on the front. 2 riders in front of Sasha Vimas. Then Decline with 1 rider from Tudor. He looks after Decline's hope. Saritsa is there as well.
And here we go, the run. They're looking for that run towards the line. Here come Bolton Equities Black Spoke. They accelerate up to full speed now. Human Powered Health. How much more do they have in the lead out? Will it be a second stage win of this race for Bolton Equities Black Spoke? The bike now pulls off here as we line up. They'll be able to see the line just ahead of them. There's just that slight bend round towards the finish. It's still Bolton Equities Black Spoke on the front. Saritsa is right there. Here comes Daniel Babor. Babor in the front, Saritsa up the inside. Babor and Saritsa. Saritsa and Arvid Decline throws it, but it looks like it might be a second stage win of the race for Astana. Saritsa on the inside. Babor through the centre, Decline in the orange jersey, but it looks like it might have gone to the man from Kazakhstan.
I think it did. On that lunge are 4 big sprinters, Saritsa, Decline, Vimas and Babor all together. A blanket finish between the 4. Have to wait for confirmation, but it looks like Saritsa's taken his second victory.
What a day. Interesting. 3rd career victory if it is. Simon Pello into the hose pipes there just to cool down the Tudor Pro Cycling man. What a day. What a stage. That was absolutely bonkers from start to finish, wasn't it?
Yeah, a really good group of 13. Then that group of 4, we thought that could have stayed away all the way to the end. But the other sprinter teams, like Astana, who weren't there, and Human Powered Health, Caja Royale, you have to take your hat off to them. They made sure it all came back together.
And our first British winner of Tour de Langkawi, Simon Carr, what a win.
Brilliant win overall. And that all done on the Genting Highlands. That day, EF Education Easy Post, they took the race on and they deserved 1st and 2nd on general classification. Carr, then Cepeda. They rode everything perfect. They came here with general classification completely on their mind. No sprinters. They came here and they've delivered.
Yeah, they took the pressure, they soaked it up, and they delivered on it. And we'll get confirmation of our result, but I think Gleb Saritsa, impressive to be in the breakaway, back to the peloton, recover, and then as a young rider having the confidence to say to the team, I think I've still got it. I think I've still got the legs, and they did it. They chased it down, delivered, combining well. But yeah, hats off to Astana today.
Yeah, you have to. Saritsa did so much to make that move as well. He got there. It was very hard for him to get there. And once he did, he was committed. He was rolling through. He wasn't just sat on. He was happy to contribute. And then when it did come back, a little bit of rest, bit of recovery, and almost say, yeah, I'll back myself. I'll be there. And he's delivered for all his teammates and the team behind him. Another victory. 2 stage victories at this year's Tour de Langkawi. If you have a look at the replay,
Jackson there, Vimas, Babor, Decline, and it looks like as well as it's Zainal from the Malaysian national team getting up there. Oof, it is a photo on the line. We'll see how it's delivered. We'll see if they've given us that.
It's a very close one. Still waiting for confirmation.
Yeah. It looked, because of the way the line was across the road, it was super tight. As Decline got it, it was all in the throw, wasn't it, between the 3 of them.
Too close to call. When we saw it in full speed, he thought Saritsa's got it. My gut feeling says he has, even with that slow motion, but we need to wait to confirm with the photo finish. They have the best view, of course. Green Project Bardiani, happy with the waters, still just stood there with the fire hoses completely on them, cooling down.
Tom Scully of EF Education Easy Post, great teammate this week. Tom Scully did everything right. This is a famous scene from La Tour de Langkawi. If you've not been here before, the fire service here in Malaysia always provide the hose pipes at the finish. And it is welcome at the end of a hot day in the saddle. Davide Gaburo there in the break for the Green Project. Bardiani, TSF Faizan. We're just waiting. Oof. Nervous moments. Let's have another look. We'll see if we can get a better look here. You can see the way she's got this little snake and the final lead out there. Bostock hands over to Jackson. Babor in the green and white. Saritsa goes inside. Decline having to come the long way round on the outside. Jackson and VMAS are there. Let's have a look on the line. See if we can throw. Oof. It does look like he got it. So tight, it's so close to call.
So
we
hard
need that
to tell
side
from,
on, don't we?
Yeah, from the front. Yeah, it's very difficult. You almost look at all three of them could be completely level.
And they are trying to split it. That's why it is taking this length of time. If it's this close, that's why it takes this length of time. Hopefully we'll get the to be able to show you the photo finish, because it's just popped up on our live timing,
and it
almost looks like a dead heat.
Yeah, it's on the lines. I think it is Saritsa, but it's by pretty much a thread, a bit of tyre. It is very close to call. Very, very close.
It is between Babor and Saritsa. We can confirm that. Arvid Decline about half a wheel down. So it's between the man from Categorised and the man from Astana for the stage win. It's going to come down to the pixels on the computer screen, I think, for our timing team.
Super nice. Oh, he's from Polychronis. From Polychronis Orjakis.
But what a race. While we wait for our confirmation, first edition of the Tour de Langkawi for you, John. It's been a good race.
Yeah, it's been a brilliant race. 8 days of flat out solid racing. Some good bunch sprinting. Some good finishes. Good breakaway attempts today as well, as with every other day. And then that big test, the Genting Highlands. That was general classification. That was the Queen stage. What a climb that is. What a brute.
It is impressive. Next time you come back, you got to bring your bike.
Yeah.
And have a ride up it.
Bring the bike or the team.
Yeah, we'd love to see Trinity racing in here. And maybe we'll get them. Maybe we'll get the team back. So we have our results. We'll get that up on screen for you as soon as possible. But it does look like they've managed to split it. We'll keep you in suspense momentarily until it pops up on the screen. Hopefully our team can put the photo finish up for you so that you can see just how close it was in the finish and why, and just to let you know why it's taken this length of time to call it, because you have to make sure you get it right, don't you?
Yeah, you really do. I looked over it for a long time, trying to pick out who's won. Picture we have already.
And there you have it. There is your winner. Gleb Saritsa takes his second stage win of this year's Tour de Langkawi, ahead of Daniel Babor and Arvid Decline. Sasha Vimas, Isaac Hilmi, George Jackson, Enrique Zanancella, Attila Viviani, Sarawat Suryanachai and Raymond Krida are your top 10 overall. It's becoming a race for Saritsa. Took his first pro win here last year. And it is a win overall for Great Britain's Simon Carr of EF Education Easy Post. He wins the 27th edition of the Tour de Langkawi. Thanks for your company over the last 8 days. We're going to hand you down to the finish to Kiki. We will see you soon. From Marty McDonald and John Bold, it's bye for now.
semuanya. Bawa doktor, bawa rider jatuh ke apa ke semua dia. Dan untuk makluman, marshal ini pernah dipanggil untuk bertugas di tour-tour di sekitar Asia Tenggara. Tepukkan untuk Marshal LTDL. Thank you so much to the marshals. Kalau berikutnya berikan tumpuan kepada dua MC. Kita dah kentung lah Rizal. Lagi persembahan luar biasa. Tak pernah saya dapat persembahan sebanyak ini sepanjang saya buat ATBL dengan Kiki.
Last way. Then. Nah, dari lu. Terus dia berdua.
Gleb, last year you win here in Kuala Lumpur. Today again. This is your stage. It's your city.
Yeah, I think it's a good tradition for me. Now I've been in this place in last year and again today was a really hard day for me because I was in breakaway. In breakaway it's pulling, and when I come back in group, guys from Tudor pushing, and but my team is very bad guy. Close breakaway and help me on the finish.
Last year 1 win, this year 2 wins.
Yeah.
This makes a very good Tour de Langkawi for you.
Yes, of course.
And for your team with Vadim Pronsky, Best Asian and 4th on GC.
Yeah, yes, I happy. I win two stage and Vadim take best Asian jersey. It's 5th place in GC. I think it's not bad.
Спасибо.
Вам большое спасибо.
Daniel passed the line. You raised your arm up in the air. Did you think you had won?
Yeah, I was, but Gleb was acting fair for me like 2 kilometers ago, and I had him on the left side. I could a little bit give him less space, but he's my friend, and yeah, I was thinking about first place, but I'm super happy for the second because today was super crazy, and I don't know why, but there was a lot of crashes, and so I am happy today for I didn't crash. Second place, I'm super happy. So, and it was hard today for me.
And you leave le Tour de Langkawi with a stage victory.
Yeah.
It's a very good Tour de Langkawi for you.
Yeah. I'm super happy for the stages here, for the win stage, and yeah, nice.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So much love moving us together ahead to the eyes of the world. The Rwanda sea so beautiful. Kehijauan indah alam so beautiful. Land that full of miracle. Yeah.
Arvid, no win today, but it was close. Tell us about your sprint.
Tuan-tuan dan puan sekalian, tepukan untuk persembahan dari Kerajaan Negeri Terengganu. Terima kasih banyak. Baiklah, untuk makluman tuan-tuan dan puan sekalian, kita akan mengambil masa agak lama sedikit kerana hari ini merupakan hari terakhir Kiki.
Yes, today is the last day. We have a lot of prizes to be given away, including our prestigious challenge trophy, Petronas Tour de Langkawi 2023,
Jadi
right here on the stage.
Setidak-tidaknya ia mengambil masa lebih kurang 6 jam untuk kita selesaikan.
Come on.
Dalam 25 minit ke 30 minit. Itu maksimum.
Yeah, not that long.
Yeah.
But definitely you will not be disappointed to see our prize giving ceremony. It'll be very interesting and some new experience you're going to watch on the stage. Once again, we like to share the information that we have 2 world-class team and 8 pro team. We have 11 continental team and 1 national team competing, racing for this 27th edition of Petronas Tour de Langkawi 2023.
Kepada Akbar Sari, sila munculkan diri anda. Kepada Akbar Sari, sila munculkan diri anda.
Geng Astro ni?
Tak, dia ambil gambar curi-curi lepas tu dia post kat Instagram.
Oh iya ke? Mana dia?
Akbar Sari, sila munculkan diri. Sekali lagi di kesempatan ini saya ingin mengambil kesempatan untuk mengucapkan ribuan terima kasih kepada sahabat saya Akbar Sari. Dah jumpa dah. Thank you sahabat.
Mana?
Ni belakang ni. Dia rumah dia dekat sini, dia naik basikal datang ni.
Oh ya kan.
Akbar Sari, pengelola sukan Astro Arena turut memberikan sokongan kepada saya. Terima kasih Pak.
Hafizal, tempat jatuh lagi dikenang. Ini kan pula.
Betul,
kita tak payah sebut.
TikTok Bubble Sotu. Air dia boleh membuatkan anda hilang kencing manis. Minum sampai kembung Bubble O2. Melawatlah negeri Terengganu. Banyak tempat-tempat menarik. Boleh pergi ke Klik Tourism Malaysia.
Bubble Sotu powering our most combative rider. Dia menaja kita punya most combative rider. Our pure, originally oxygenated water from Rantau Negeri Sembilan.
Anak siapa lah ni? Tak hujan lagi pun dah pegang kan tanpa kertas. Baik, okey baik. Itu akan bangkit.
Arvid, no win today, but it was close. Tell us about your sprint.
Yeah, it was close. I was blocked a little bit on the left side, and I could come out pretty late, and had something left, but not enough to pass the 2 guys. It was a shame, but yeah, it is what it is today. I think we executed really well as a team. I thought the break would make it with Simon and Michael, but yeah, some teams wanted to close it. So
it was a bit of a surprise for us to see your teammates in the breakaway. Was that the plan?
Actually, it was. If I'm being honest, I didn't tell the media, but I was sick the last 3-4 days. I'm coughing and my nose is blocked, and I don't feel like 100%. And I thought today was a good day. We already had 2 victories with me to try it another way.
So even sick, you leave le Tour de Langkawi with 2 stage win, points classification win. What's your stand on it?
What's
your opinion of what you have done in your Tour de Langkawi?
I think we did a great job. We did so many podiums right now. I think 5 if I'm correct. And we had we take 2 jerseys home, so we did a great Tour of Langkawi. So yeah, we are just happy with the way it developed.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Sini kerja. Oh. Kepada Fairuz, mohon kerjasama ambil raincoat.
Ya, sila.
Fairuz. Ataupun Noli, raincoat.
Raincoat Noli, raincoat. Alright, bagus. Semua rakan-rakan media, sediakan baju hujan sebelum hujan. Sediakan raincoat sebelum hujan. Kamera pun pakai raincoat sekali ya.
Simon, now it's done. You are in front of the Twin Towers of Kuala Lumpur and you are the overall winner of the Tour de Langkawi, the first ever British winner. How do you feel?
Yeah, it's really amazing to finally win a GC as a pro, as the first GC. So, yeah, I'm really, really happy.
How was today's stage?
Today was a really hard stage. I've really got to say thanks to all my teammates because it was really fast and took a long time for the break to go, and then was a big group riding quite hard in front and one rider quite dangerous on the GC. So yeah, they really rode amazing and rode really hard to keep it close enough, and yeah, eventually brought it all back together and for the sprinters to fight it out. So yeah, really big thanks to them.
As you said, your first win as a pro at the end of a stage race. Is this just the beginning of a big career?
Yeah, I hope so. I think it's just a stepping stone really for me. And yeah, just progressing little by little of every race. So yeah, I think I have the physical ability, so it's just putting it all together in this race and then in the bigger races hopefully in the future.
Thank you very much and see you again.
Thank you. Thank you.
Tengok.
Lepas nak parking sini. Parking.
Okey, Hafizal.
Ya.
Anda dah dapat uniform baru?
Dah.
Saya pun. Kita kena start sini ke sana?
Simon, a bit of a surprise to see you in the breakaway and even more Michael Zailart, who is the lead-out man, but Arvid de Klein told us that he was a bit sick in these past few days. Is that why you developed that breakaway?
Yeah, he felt unwell since 3 or 4 days now, and already yesterday we had kind of freedom to try to go in the breakaways, even if I actually preferred to stay close to him and try to make him win, because I knew it was our best chance. But today we really try our best, and it was nice to be in the front with Michael in the final like this. But yeah, the cooperation between our four last guys there, we lost a lot of time because some guys, they were not really pulling, and with the heat it was not really easy to manage everything. So yeah, it was a bit of a surprise to be in the front, but as always, it's as nice as always to be riding the front of the bunch.
King of the Mountain, a nice Tour de Langkawi for you?
Yeah, of course, I'm super happy. 2 days in the break, and then even 3 days, sorry, and then 2 days pulling. Out of 8 days, it was a tough week, and yeah, 1 more week racing this year. So yeah, I'm happy.
And great memories that you will bring back from Malaysia.
Yeah, of course, I will bring some very nice memories, and it's a pity that today was not the happy end of the Malaysian story. But yeah, that's the way it was, and now we have a night in Kuala Lumpur to enjoy.
Merci.
Thank you.
Check, no 1, 2.
Alright.
Testing mic 1, 2. Test mic 1, 2. Naikkan sikit lagi boleh tak? 1, 2. Sikit lagi.
Test. Kiki punya boleh kuat lagi tak? Boleh? Yes, no, never. Yes, no, never. Yes, can. Alright. Better. Sekarang ni. Baiklah hadirin yang dihormati sekalian, ladies and gentlemen, we have come for the time we see who's going to be receiving all the prizes. We're going to do the prize giving ceremony right now, and for that we'd like to invite all our guests of honor, the VVIPs, to be in the tent next to the stage. Sekali lagi kita mohon Hafizah.
Baiklah, daripada kita jemput tetamu-tetamu kehormat untuk bersiap sedia bagi upacara penyampaian hadiah untuk stage winner terlebih dahulu dengan jarak 156.5 km dari Setia Alam ke Kuala Lumpur, atau lebih tepat lagi ke KLCC. Dan untuk itu, majlis dengan sukacitanya menjemput Encik Azhan Syariman bin Hanif, Ketua Pegawai Eksekutif Sepang International Circuit, bagi menjemput dan mengiringi Yang berbahagia Datuk Parang Abai Elias Thomas, Timbalan Ketua Pengarah Pengurusan Sosioekonomi Jabatan Wilayah Persekutuan, bersama-sama dengan Yang berbahagia Datuk Yasar Haji Kamruzaman bin Mat Saleh, Datuk Bandar Kuala Lumpur.
Alright, ladies and gentlemen, next what's going to happen on the stage, you're going to see who is going to be getting the prizes for the stage win, the 8th stage, the final leg for Petronas Tour de Langkawi 2023, the 27th edition. Baiklah hadirin dihormati sekalian, ladies and gentlemen, third place, please put your hands together and welcome this rider from Tudor Pro Cycling Team, Arvid de Klein. Congratulations to our decline. He has been quite a familiar name on the stage for stage wins. Baiklah, tempat kedua, second place goes to the rider from Kaha Rural Seguros RGA, Daniel Babor. We managed to interview Daniel this morning, and indeed he wants to have a good finish for the last stage at KLCC. Congratulations to Daniel. Baiklah, tempat pertama, first place, the winner for the 8th stage, Petronas Tour de Langkawi 2023 goes to none other than Gleb Syriza from Astana, Kazakhstan team. Finally, he got a big smile on his face. He's been wanting to finish first for the stage. Gleb Syriza juga antara nama yang familiar ataupun selalu diperkenalkan di atas pentas untuk kemenangan peringkat. Congratulations to Gleb Syriza from Astana, Kazakhstan team. Ladies and gentlemen, the stage winners for the 8th stage, Petronas Tour de Langkawi 2023. You're simply the best. Better than all the rest.
Baik, majlis ucapkan ribuan terima kasih kepada tamu-tamu kehormat, kepada Datuk Bandar di atas kesudian bersama dengan tamu-tamu kehormat untuk menyempurnakan upacara penyampaian sebentar tadi.
Baiklah, next we're gonna have the prize for the most combative rider, powered to you by Bubbles O2. Bubbles O2, the originally oxygenated water from Rantau Negeri Sembilan. Thank you, Bubbles O2.
Baiklah, seterusnya untuk most combative rider. Untuk itu, majlis dengan sukacitanya menjemput Encik Suhardi alias Pesuruh Jaya Sukan Malaysia bagi menjemput dan mengiringi Yang Berbahagia Tuan Haji Arifin bin Mazuki, pengerusi Bubble O2 untuk penyampaian most combative rider di atas pentas. Dan untuk kategori most combative rider, kami sangat berbesar hati di atas tajaan Bubble O2, penerima anugerah Brand Lauren 2023 bagi kategori jenama air mineral terbaik. Bubble O2 bukan sekadar air mineral biasa, ia adalah satu-satunya air mineral beroksigen semula jadi di Malaysia yang memberikan kesegaran murni dan tenaga kepada mereka yang pentingkan kecemerlangan. Tuan-tuan dan puan-puan sekalian, marilah sama-sama kita berikan tumpuan untuk the most combative rider dibawakan oleh Bubble O2. Pemenangnya ialah
daripada Tudor Pro Cycling Team, Simon Pelot.
Simon Pelot. Dari pasukan Tudor Pro Cycling Team,
Simon Pelot juga nama yang tidak asing yang sering dipanggil ke atas pentas kerana dia juga telah menyarung jersey bukit untuk beberapa peringkat di dalam edisi ke-27 Petronas Tour de Langkawi 2023 ini. Tahniah, congratulations to Simon Pelot.
Majlis mengucapkan ribuan terima kasih kepada Yang Berbahagia Encik Suhardi alias Pesuruh Jaya Sukan Malaysia dan juga Yang Berbahagia Tuan Haji Arifin bin Mazuki, pengerusi Bubble O2 yang katanya akan sponsor lagi tahun depan. Bubble O2. Ya, steady Bubble.
Yeah, thumbs up. We like that. Baiklah, seterusnya kita akan memperkenalkan who is the best Asian team. Which team is the best Asian team for the 27th edition Petronas Tour de Langkawi 2023.
Bagi pasukan terbaik Asia, Majlis dengan sukacitanya menjemput yang berbahagia Tuan Haji Abdul Rashid bin Yaakob, Timbalan Ketua Pengarah Pengkomersialan Pemasaran Majlis Sukan Negara, bagi menjemput dan mengiringi yang berbahagia Datuk Stuart Ramalingam, Ahli Lembaga Pengurus Majlis Sukan Negara. Dipersilakan.
Ladies and gentlemen, as we know, we have a lot of the Asian teams competing for this 27th edition. But there's only one winner, one best Asian team that we're going to call up on the stage right now. Without wasting any more time, let's call this team from Rujai Online Insurance.
Rujai Online Insurance, pasukan yang didaftarkan di UCI Continental Cycling Team pada tahun 2020. Dan tahun pertama pasukan ini yang berstatus amatur telah pun dinaikkan pangkat kepada Continental pada tahun 2021. Avan England pernah memenangi Tour of Saraha di UAE pada tahun 2023. Tuan-tuan dan puan-puan sekalian, Rujai Online Insurance, pasukan terbaik Asia.
Rujai Riders, we have Daisbaya Baisakan, Arya Punsabat, Adne Van Angelen, Tanachad Yatan, Valentin Fabian Rene Mide, and Petronas Twin. Ladies and gentlemen, Rujai Online Insurance, the best Asian team.
We are the champions, my friends.
Majlis mengucapkan ribuan terima kasih kepada Datuk Stuart Ramalingam. Ingat padang bola aja hujan.
Alright, thank you very much to our VIPs who just given away the prize for the best Asian team.
Baik.
Next we're gonna have the team general classification.
Okey, pasukan keseluruhan terbaik kita ada 3-2-1. Untuk itu majlis dengan sukacitanya menjemput yang berbahagia Datuk Amarjit Singh, Naib Presiden 1 Persekutuan Kebangsaan Berbahasa Malaysia, bagi mengiringi yang berbahagia Tuan Haji Abdullah bin Hassan, Timbalan Ketua Setiausaha Pengurusan Kementerian Belia dan Sukan.
Alright, we're gonna have the best overall team. The top 3 teams that made it, they are the best team for the 27th edition Petronas Tour de Langkawi. Let's start from 3rd place, Hafizal. Please welcome this team. Equipo Can Pharma.
Dari Espanyol, Equipo Can Pharma, tempat yang ketiga.
Alright, Equipo Can Pharma. Let's introduce the rider. We have Pablo Castrillo Zapater, Eugenio Sanchez Lopez, Carlos Garcia Peña, Ivan Cobo Cayon, Jose Felix Para Cuerda, and John Aguirre Egaña. Ladies and gentlemen, Equipo Can Pharma. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Congratulations to
Equipo Can Pharma dari Espanyol. satu lagi pasukan yang akan berada di kedudukan kedua untuk tim General Classification.
Kita persilakan tim Yuskatel Yuskadi.
Yuskatel Yuskadi dari Spanyol.
Another pro team joining us for the 27th edition. Based in Spain. Let's meet the riders. We have Mikel Ituria Segurola, John Bo Company, Carlos Canal Blanco, Xavier Sasha Lambranaja, Mikel Vizcarra, and Zonmin Huaristi Arrieta. Ladies and gentlemen, Yuskatel Yuskadi.
Yuskatel Yuskadi, tempat yang kedua untuk tim General Classification.
Congratulations, thank you. You may start them now.
Dan tibalah masanya untuk kita umumkan pasukan yang muncul juara tim General Classification berpangkalan di Amerika Syarikat. Tuan-tuan dan puan-puan sekalian, tepukan untuk EF Education Easy Post.
Pasukan bertaraf dunia.
EF Education Easy Post adalah pasukan profesional dari Amerika Syarikat. Mereka telah menyertai saingan UCL World Tour sejak 2019 berpangkalan di Colorado. Pasukan ini turut bekerjasama dengan sebuah fakulti di Girona untuk memastikan ketegasan dan sebagainya berada dalam kedudukan yang terbaik. Dan pastinya untuk edisi kali ini paling mencuri tumpuan Simon Carr, pemenang jersey hijau keseluruhan bagi peringkat kelima, 6, 7 di samping Ortiz Capeta Alexander Jefferson yang memenangi tempat pertama dan kedua untuk peringkat Slim Brever ke Genting Highland.
Let's just get to know the riders again. We have Simon Carr, Alexander Jefferson, Art Christian Eiking, Thomas Scully, Michael Vagren, and Hardy Christian Vanderley. Ladies and gentlemen, EF Education Easy Post. Petronas Tour de Langkawi 2023, ladies and gentlemen.
Jadi sekali lagi tepukan untuk pasukan ini. Majlis ucapkan ribuan terima kasih kepada tetamu-tamu kehormat. Datuk Ahmad, kita tak situ je. Payung besok kita bawa.
Masa. And next,
kita panas sama-sama, kita basah sama-sama. Baiklah seterusnya, majlis dengan sukacitanya menyambut Yang Berusaha Encik Ahmad Faizal bin Ramli, Ketua Pegawai Eksekutif Institut Sukan Negara, bagi penyalungan jersey putih pelumba terbaik Asia keseluruhan, bagi menjemput dan mengiringi Yang Berhormat Datuk Razali bin Idris, Exco Pelancongan Kebudayaan Alam Sekitar dan Perubahan Iklim Negeri Terengganu bersama dengan Yang Berhormat Ustaz Isyamuddin bin Abdul Karim, Exco Belia dan Sukan Negeri Terengganu.
Ladies and gentlemen, and next we're gonna have on stage other winners for the Best Asian Rider for individual. The top 3 Best Asian Rider will be introduced to you on the stage right now.
Terima kasih Kerajaan Negeri Terengganu.
The white jersey brought to you by the State of Terengganu. Thank you so much, beautiful Terengganu.
Alang-alang dah basah. Basah teruslah.
Baiklah, ladies and gentlemen, let's call this rider up on stage right now. From Rujai Online Insurance, Arya Ponsavat.
Arya Ponsavat.
Third place for Best Asian Rider. And next, ladies and gentlemen, second place for the Best Asian Rider for the 27th edition Petronas Tour de Langkawi 2023, Jumbo Jump Sambaya from TSG.
Jambaya Jambaya?
Jumbo Jump Sambaya.
Okey. Bila tak boleh sebut tu, sebut okey je. Seterusnya juara untuk jersey putih terbaik Asia dari Kerajaan Negeri Terengganu dari pasukan Astana Kazakhstan Team, Vadim Vronsky, yang merupakan pemenang peringkat kelima, keenam, ketujuh.
He is the Best Asian Rider for the 27th edition Petronas Tour de Langkawi 2023. He will bring back the white jersey, sponsored by the Sept Terengganu.
Tuan-tuan dan puan sekalian, sekali lagi tepukan untuk pemenang, 3 pemenang untuk pelumba terbaik Asia yang dibawakan oleh Kerajaan Negeri Terengganu.
The Best Asian Riders, ladies and gentlemen, Arya Ponsavat, Jumbo Jump Sambaya, and the champion, the ones bringing back the white jersey, is Vadim Vronsky. Thank you and congratulations to the riders. You may step down now.
Majlis ucapkan ribuan terima kasih kepada tamu-tamu kehormat.
Dan seterusnya, ladies and gentlemen, we're gonna see who will be receiving the polka dot jersey brought to you by Tourism Malaysia. Top 3 best climbers for this 27th edition Petronas Tour de Langkawi.
Kepada petugas-petugas payung, return tu cepat sikit ya. Baik, jersey berikutnya, jersey polka dot yang dibawakan oleh Tourism Malaysia. Majlis dengan sukacitanya menjemput Yang Berusaha Encik Megat Muhammad Syarin bin Datuk Muhammad Hamdan, Ketua Pegawai Eksekutif Perpadanan Golf Subang, bagi menjemput dan mengiringi Yang Berusaha Encik Muhammad Syarin bin Muhammad Ali, Pengarah Bahagian Promosi Antarabangsa Asia Tenggara, Tourism Malaysia.
Alright, ladies and gentlemen, for the 3rd place, the best climber, let's invite this rider from Equipo Kern Pharma, Pablo Castrillo Zapata.
Pablo Castrillo Zapata dari Equipo Kern Pharma untuk pemenang tempat ketiga Raja Bukit yang dibawakan oleh Tourism Malaysia.
They have been going through quite a challenge stages. First from Jali to Baling, and the other one is the Queen stage.
Baiklah, tempat yang kedua untuk Raja Bukit dari EF Education Easy Post. Tuan-tuan dan puan-puan sekalian, Tepukan untuk Simon Carr. Dan Raja Bukit Petronas Tour de Langkawi 2023. Pemenang peringkat ketiga, 4, 5, 6, 7 dari pasukan Tour de Pro Cycling Team, Simon Peloton.
He's making a statement from the start that he is the king of the mountain for the 27th edition Petronas Tour de Langkawi 2023. Ladies and gentlemen, our top 3 best climbers and the jersey winners for COM. Ya, Mak, tadi dia suka hujan, Hafizan.
Ya.
They love the rain. They're not complaining at all. Once again, your jersey winner, Simon Peloton from Tour de Pro Cycling Team.
We are the champions, my friends. And we'll keep on fighting till the end.
Majelis mengucapkan ribuan terima kasih kepada tetamu-tamu terhormat yang telah menyempurnakan pertarungan jersey sebentar tadi. Majelis ucapkan terima kasih.
Thank you so much to our VIPs who have given away the prizes and the jersey to our King of the Mountain.
Baiklah, seterusnya kita akan beralih ke jersey hijau. Jersey orange untuk Raja Pecut. Untuk itu, majlis dengan sukacitanya menjemput Yang berbahagia Datuk Ahmad Syafawi Ismail, Pengerusi Jawatankuasa Pengelola Petronas LTDL 2023, bagi menjemput dan mengiringi Yang Berhormat Tuan Adam Adli bin Abdul Halim, Timbalan Menteri Belia dan Sukan, untuk menyempurnakan penyarungan jersey.
And next we're gonna see who will be receiving the orange jersey powered to you by KBS. Who is the king of the sprint? We will be announcing the top 3 sprinters for this round of Petronas Tour de Langkawi 2023. Without further delay, let's call this rider up on stage.
Dari pasukan Human Power Health, tempat yang ketiga,
Sasha Wimas.
Sasha Wimas.
Sasha Wimas sering membuat penampilan untuk kemenangan peringkat setiap peringkat daripada peringkat pertama lagi.
Dan tempat yang kedua,
second place goes to the rider from Astana, Kazakhstan team, Gleb Syriza.
Dan Raja Pecut jersey orange tajaan KBS Petronas LTDL 2023. Pemenang jersey orange bermula dari peringkat yang pertama sehingga peringkat yang ketujuh dari pasukan Tour de Pro Cycling Team,
Arvid Decline.
Arvid Decline.
He is indeed the best sprinter. for this round of Petronas Tour de Langkawi 2023. Dia tak pernah share jersey ni dengan orang lain sepanjang perlumbaan, Hafizah. Tak pernah. 8 peringkat dia sapu bersih.
Sapu bersih.
He is the jersey winner, the owner of the orange jersey, brought to you by KBS. Ladies and gentlemen, your top 3 sprinters, we have Sasha Wilmas, Lapsista and Arvid Decline.
Dan inilah Raja Pecut LTDL 2023.
The jersey winner, Arvid Decline.
We are the champions, my friends. We'll keep on fighting till the end.
Thank you very much, and congratulations to Arvid Decline and all the top sprinters. And next, the moment we've all been waiting for. Who will be wearing?
1, 2, 3, Arvid Decline.
Arvid Decline, ladies and gentlemen.
Baiklah, yang berhormat si Perdana Menteri diminta untuk terus berada di atas pentas.
Okey. Masanya telah tiba, Hafizal.
Jersey Petronas overall winner. Akan ada 3 pasukan yang akan kita umumkan. Untuk itu, majlis dengan sukacitanya menjemput yang berbahagia Tuan Haji Abdullah bin Hassan, Timbalan Ketua Setiausaha Pengurusan Kementerian Belia dan Sukan, bagi menjemput dan mengiringi Yang Berhormat Hanayo, Menteri Belia dan Sukan, dan yang berbahagia Datin Anita Azrina binti Abdul Aziz, Pengurus Besar Kanan Komunikasi Strategik Kumpulan Petronas.
And next, the moment we've all been waiting for, who will be? You'll be announcing the overall winner, overall individual general classification for the 27th edition Petronas Tour de Langkawi 2023. Who will bring home the green jersey from Petronas, leader of the race?
Tempat yang ketiga dari pasukan Equipo Ken Parma.
Dipersilakan the rider Pablo Castrillo Zapater.
Pablo Castrillo Zapater. Seterusnya, tempat yang kedua.
Second place from EF Education Easy Pose, Alexander Jefferson Cepeda Ortiz.
Alexander Jefferson Cepeda Ortiz muncul selaku pelumba kedua terbaik keseluruhan.
Baiklah Hafizal, pada petang yang walaupun hujan ini kita ada 2 extraordinary ladies on the stage. They are powerful, they are strong women. Kita ada yang berhormat Hanayo dan juga dan bahagia Datin Anita.
2 wanita yang sedang berkuasa di atas pentas pada ketika ini.
Wanita-wanita hebat Malaysia, beri tepukan.
Baiklah tuan-tuan dan puan-puan sekalian, juara keseluruhan untuk jersey hijau dibawakan oleh Petronas dari pasukan Equipo Ken Parma. Maafkan saya. Hujan.
EF Education Easy Pose, Simon Carr.
Yang memenangi peringkat kelima, keenam, ketujuh. Pemegang jersey yang sama, Simon Carr dari EF Education Easy Pose, Amerika Syarikat.
thank you. Thank you so much to Petronas for being the title sponsor. Sudah 3 tahun berturut-turut dan kita mengharapkan 2 tahun ke depan for 2020 until 2025. They will stay with the LTDL family. Thank you so much to our kind-hearted Petronas. And seterusnya, kalau anda dapat lihat, kita di tepi sebelah sana we have the prestigious challenge trophy of the Tour de Langkawi 2023.
Dan sekali lagi, hari ini wanita berkuasa di atas pentas. Kita akan umumkan sebentar lagi.
Yes.
Petronas LTDL 2023 Challenge Trophy.
Gandengan yang cukup mantap.
Datin Anita happy, Datin? Datin happy? Happy. Kalau happy, tambah lagi 3 tahun.
Okay. A big round of applause for Simon Carr from EF Education Easy Post. Kita jemput, we invite all the jersey winners to be on the podium. Let's invite all the jersey winners on the podium together with our There you have it, ladies, gentlemen, the jersey winners. We have Simon Bellot, Arvid Decline, Barin Kronsky, and Simon Carr.
We are the champions, my friends. And we'll keep on fighting till the end.
Baiklah, tuan-tuan dan puan-puan sekalian.
The moment we've all been waiting for.
Di mana yang berbahagia Datin Anita bersama dengan Yang Berhormat Hanayo akan ke tempat piala challenge trophy itu.
Dipersilakan wanita-wanita hebat. Wah.
Yang lelaki tak payah. Saja je hujan-hujan ni.
This is our prestigious challenge trophy.
Tuan-tuan dan puan-puan sekalian, yang berbahagia Datin Anita dan YB Hanayo.
We'll be handing the trophy to our champion Simon Carr from EF Education Easy Post.
Simon Carr, EF Education Easy Post.
We are the champions, my friends.
He's the champion. The champion for the 27th edition Petronas Tour de Langkawi 2027. Simon Carr from EF Education Easy Post.
Dijemput tetamu-tetamu kehormat untuk bersama-sama dengan YB Hanayo, Raja-Peraja Utama. Para tuan-tuan dan puan-puan sekalian, inilah kekuatan nadi keluarga LTDL 2023. Tepukan untuk Petronas, Tourism Malaysia, Terengganu, Bubble O2 dan semua yang terlibat. Dan yang pastinya tepukan untuk Kementerian Belia dan Sukan. Dan yang paling akhir, Majlis Sukan Negara. Baiklah, untuk Sementara itu, Majlis menjemput Yang Berhormat Hanayo, Menteri Belia dan Sukan, bagi menyampaikan cenderamata kepada Yang Berbahagia Datuk Esar Haji Kapur Zaman bin Mat Saleh, Datuk Bandar Kuala Lumpur. Kuala Lumpur, senyumanmu. Terima kasih Kuala Lumpur. Terima kasih. Terima kasih.
Thank you so much to DBKL, to the Mayor of KL.
Baiklah, buat kali terakhir untuk tahun 2023.
Yeah.
Bagi pihak Kementerian Belia dan Sukan, Majlis Sukan Negara, anda luar biasa, petugas-petugas LTDL. Tepukan untuk Polis Diraja Malaysia yang bertungkus lumus. Tepukan untuk jabatan-jabatan kerajaan yang membantu sepanjang 8 laluan yang dilalui oleh para keluarga LTDL.
Yang paling penting juga kepada medical yang banyak membantu kita, daripada KKD Korps Kesihatan Diraja Malaysia, Angkatan Tentera Malaysia. Terima kasih, doktor.
Dan kita akan terus pertahankan saingan berbasikal paling disayangi oleh rakyat Malaysia, Tour de Langkawi.